Hey, I'm glad you're here. This channel is dedicated to real, true crime stories, told slowly and calmly, so you can listen without distraction and let the night settle. Thank you for spending this time here with me. If you'd like, share where you're listening from. It's always good to see this community grow. And if you want more stories like this, subscribing helps support the channel. This is episode 122. Let's begin. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who lived in the small village of Rothbury in Northumberland, England, a place of rolling green hills, narrow country roads, and stone houses that had stood for generations. It was the kind of village where neighbors recognized each other's cars, where news traveled quickly, and where serious violence felt distant and unlikely. The man's name was Raoul Moat, and in the summer of 2010, his name would become known across the entire United Kingdom. Raoul Moat was born in 1973. He worked as a nightclub bouncer and had a history of violent behavior. Over the years, he accumulated convictions for assault and domestic violence. He had a volatile temper and a reputation for intimidation. Relationships in his life often ended in conflict. By 2010, he had served a short prison sentence for assaulting a child. While incarcerated, he became increasingly resentful, particularly toward his former partner, Samantha Stobbart. Moat believed Samantha had formed a relationship with a police officer. Whether that belief was accurate or not became almost irrelevant compared to the intensity of his anger. While in prison, he made statements to fellow inmates about revenge. He blamed the police for his imprisonment. He blamed Samantha for what he saw as betrayal. Those resentments did not fade upon his release. On July 1st, 2010, Raoul Moat was released from Durham prison. Within hours, he set his plan in motion. Late that evening, Moat drove to a house in the town of Birtley, where Samantha Stobbart was staying. Inside the house were Samantha and her new partner, Chris Brown. Moat approached the property carrying a shotgun. He fired through a window. Chris Brown was struck and fatally wounded. Samantha was shot and seriously injured but survived. The attack was sudden and violent. Neighbors heard the blast and called emergency services. Police arrived to find a chaotic scene. Chris Brown was pronounced dead. Samantha was rushed to the hospital with life-threatening injuries. Moat fled. Northumbria police launched a manhunt immediately. They understood that Moat was armed and extremely dangerous. Within days, he targeted law enforcement directly. On July 4th, 2010, Moat encountered PC David Rathband, a traffic officer, sitting in his patrol car in Newcastle. Without warning, Moat approached and shot him through the windshield at close range. David Rathband survived, but was blinded. The attack on a uniformed officer escalated the situation nationally. The manhunt intensified. Armed police units were deployed. Roads were blocked. The public was warned not to approach Moat under any circumstances. Moat sent messages to media outlets and to police expressing hatred toward law enforcement. He portrayed himself as at war with the police. His statements revealed a mindset driven by grievance and a belief that he had been wronged by institutions and individuals alike. For nearly a week, Moat evaded capture. He moved through rural Northumberland, an area filled with forests, rivers, and open countryside. Police helicopters scanned the terrain. Armed response units searched farms, barns, and abandoned buildings. The scale of the operation was one of the largest in modern British policing at that time. On July 9th, 2010, Moat was located near the River Coquette in Rothbury. Officers surrounded the area. Negotiators attempted to communicate with him. The standoff lasted for hours. Media coverage was continuous. The nation watched as events unfolded live. Moat appeared agitated and unstable. He held a shotgun and moved unpredictably. Negotiators tried to calm him, urging him to surrender. Friends and family members were brought in to speak with him, hoping personal connections might break through his hostility. As night fell, the standoff reached its conclusion. In the early hours of July 10th, Raoul Moat shot himself. Paramedics attempted resuscitation, but he was pronounced dead shortly afterward. The case left lasting consequences. Samantha Stobbart survived her injuries but endured physical and emotional trauma. PC David Rathband faced the devastating impact of blindness. Despite efforts to rebuild his life, he struggled profoundly and later died in 2012 in what was ruled suicide. Public inquiries examined police procedures, media coverage, and how warning signs have been handled. Questions were raised about Moat's threats before his release from prison and whether more could have been done to assess his risk. The case also fueled debate about firearms control, domestic violence intervention, and monitoring of individuals with histories of violent behavior. The village of Rothbury eventually returned to quiet normality. The river continued flowing past its banks. Tourists returned, but the events of that July week in 2010 remained embedded in local memory. What makes this story particularly unsettling is how quickly violence escalated from personal grievance to public terror. A man with a history of aggression moved from resentment to action within hours of release, targeting not only individuals he blamed but also representatives of the state itself. The manhunt unfolded across peaceful countryside, transforming familiar landscapes into the setting of a national crisis. Raoul Moat's name became synonymous in the UK with a week of fear, pursuit, and tragedy, a reminder of how unresolved anger and untreated instability can erupt into violence that reaches far beyond its original target, affecting communities, institutions, and lives long after the final shot was fired. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a woman who disappeared from her home in a quiet suburb of Brisbane, Australia, a disappearance that at first appeared confusing but not immediately violent, and which would remain unsolved for years before investigators uncovered a truth hidden beneath layers of lies, manipulation, and careful planning. Her name was Alison Baden-Clay, and in April 2012, her sudden disappearance would trigger one of the most closely followed murder investigations in modern Australian history. Alison Baden-Clay was 43 years old. She lived with her husband, Gerard Baden-Clay, and their 3 young daughters in the suburb of Brookfield, an area known for its peaceful atmosphere, family homes, and tree-lined streets. Alison was known as a devoted mother. She volunteered at her daughter's school, participated in community activities, and maintained close relationships with family and friends. Her life revolved around raising her children and supporting her family. Gerard Baden-Clay was a real estate agent. He came from a prominent local family. His business relied heavily on reputation, trust, and personal relationships. To outsiders, their marriage appeared stable. They attended social events together. They raised their children together. They lived the life expected of a suburban family. But beneath the surface, their marriage was under strain. Gerard had begun an extramarital relationship with another woman. He had created a separate email account under a false name. He communicated secretly. He maintained the appearance of normalcy at home while conducting a hidden relationship outside of it. On the morning of April 20th, 2012, Gerard called police to report that Alison was missing. He told officers that he had woken up and discovered she was gone. He said her phone, wallet, and personal belongings were still at home. He claimed he had no idea where she had gone. Police arrived at the house and began examining the scene. At first, there were no clear signs of forced entry. There was no obvious evidence of struggle. But investigators noticed small details that raised questions. Alison's personal items had been left behind. Her disappearance was sudden and unexplained. Friends and family were contacted. None had heard from her. Search teams were organized. Volunteers joined police in combing nearby parks, roads, and wooded areas. Helicopters scanned the terrain. The community followed the case closely, hoping for her safe return. Days passed. Then, on April 30th, 2012, 10 days after she disappeared, Alison's body was discovered near Colo Creek, approximately 14 kilometers from her home. The discovery transformed the investigation into a homicide case. Forensic examination determined that Alison had died from violence. Her body showed signs consistent with homicide rather than accident. Police began examining Gerard's behavior more closely. They reviewed his phone records, emails, and financial activity. They discovered his ongoing affair. They uncovered evidence that he had been under financial stress. His business was struggling. He had significant debts. Investigators also examined physical evidence found at the family home. They discovered scratches on Gerard's face. When questioned, he initially claimed the scratches were caused by shaving. Later, he provided a different explanation, saying they were caused by a tree branch. These inconsistencies raised suspicion. Forensic analysis of the home revealed traces of Allison's blood. Investigators reconstructed the timeline of the night she disappeared. They determined that Gerard had been alone with her during the time she was last seen alive. In June 2012, Gerard Baden-Clay was arrested and charged with murder. The trial began in 2014. Prosecutors presented a detailed case. They argued that Gerard had killed Allison inside their home and later disposed of her body near Colo Creek. They presented forensic evidence, phone records, and testimony demonstrating inconsistencies in his statements. The defense argued that the evidence was circumstantial and did not conclusively prove murder. The jury examined the evidence carefully. They considered the scratches on Gerard's face, the blood evidence inside the home, his financial and personal circumstances, and his changing explanations. In July 2014, Gerard Baden-Clay was found guilty of murder. He was sentenced to life imprisonment. The case had a profound impact on the community. Brookfield, once known only as a quiet suburb, became associated with a crime that shattered its sense of security. Friends, neighbors, and family members struggled to understand how someone who appeared ordinary could commit such violence. The investigation demonstrated how homicide can occur within familiar environments, how deception can exist behind everyday routines, and how forensic evidence and careful investigative work can uncover truth even when no witnesses are present. Allison's daughters grew up without their mother. Her family continued to live with the loss. The house where she once lived eventually returned to silence, occupied by new residents unaware of the events that had unfolded there. But the case remains a lasting reminder that even within peaceful suburban streets, beneath routines that appear normal and safe, hidden tensions and secrets can exist, and when those secrets are finally uncovered, they reveal truths that forever change the lives of everyone connected to them. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who lived in the industrial city of Duisburg, Germany, a man who spent his days working in a factory and his evenings alone in a modest apartment filled with computer equipment, cables, and storage drives stacked carefully in drawers. His name was Joachim Kroll, and for decades he managed to live quietly in crowded apartment buildings where neighbors shared walls, hallways, and staircases, never realizing that behind one of those doors lived a man responsible for some of the most disturbing crimes in post-war Germany. Joachim Kroll was born in 1933 in what was then Upper Silesia. His childhood was shaped by poverty, war, and instability. He was described as socially withdrawn and intellectually limited. After World War II, like many displaced families, he moved westward into Germany. As an adult, Kroll held simple factory jobs. He never married. He had few close relationships. To neighbors, he was odd but harmless, a quiet man who kept mostly to himself. Beginning in the late 1950s, children and young women began disappearing in different parts of Germany. Some were found murdered in wooded areas. Others were discovered near rivers or open fields. At the time, there was no clear connection between the cases. Germany was rebuilding after the war, and police forces were still developing centralized systems for tracking serial crimes across regions. Kroll moved frequently for work. This movement allowed him to avoid detection. Each crime occurred in a different town or district, without modern databases or coordinated forensic networks. Linking the murders proved extremely difficult. His victims were often young girls. He approached them in public places, sometimes near playgrounds or parks. He appeared unthreatening, small in stature, soft-spoken. He did not immediately trigger fear. Once he gained proximity, he would attack suddenly, strangling or stabbing his victims before disposing of their bodies in isolated locations. For years, families searched for answers. Police opened investigations, but physical evidence was limited. DNA technology did not yet exist. Witness accounts were often vague. The crimes appeared random and disconnected. By the early 1970s, Kroll was living in Duisburg in a crowded apartment complex. The building was old, with narrow pipes and aging plumbing. Tenants occasionally complained about maintenance issues. Kroll worked in a nearby factory and maintained his routine. He shopped for groceries. He greeted neighbors politely in stairwells. No one suspected that he was responsible for a long series of murders spanning nearly 2 decades. In July 1976, a 4-year-old girl named Marion Ketter disappeared near her home in Duisburg. Her disappearance triggered an immediate search. Police canvassed the neighborhood. Witnesses reported seeing a man walking with a young child. Suspicion narrowed to residents in the area. When investigators knocked on Joachim Kroll's door, he allowed them inside. What they discovered changed everything. Inside his apartment, police found evidence linking him directly to Marion's murder. The details were disturbing. Forensic examination connected him conclusively to the crime. Under interrogation, Joachim Kroll confessed. But his confession did not stop at one victim. He began describing murders dating back to 1955. He provided details about locations, methods, and victims that matched unsolved cases across multiple German states. Investigators realized they were confronting one of the most prolific serial killers in German history. Kroll ultimately confessed to 14 murders, though investigators suspect the true number may have been higher. His ability to evade detection for so long was due to several factors: frequent relocation, lack of centralized police coordination at the time, and limited forensic technology. Each crime was investigated separately, often with no clear suspect. In 1982, Joachim Kroll was convicted and sentenced to life imprisonment. He died in prison in 1991. The case forced German law enforcement to re-examine how they tracked violent crimes across jurisdictions. It exposed weaknesses in communication between regional police departments. It demonstrated how serial offenders could exploit mobility and investigative gaps. Perhaps most unsettling was how ordinary Kroll's daily life appeared. He lived in densely populated buildings. He stood in line at shops. He worked alongside co-workers. Yet beneath that surface normality was a history of violence stretching back more than 20 years. The apartment building in Duisburg continued housing new tenants after his arrest. The factory replaced him with another worker. Streets where children once played returned to routine life. But for families who lost daughters and sisters, the passage of time did not erase what happened. And for investigators, the case became a lasting reminder of how patterns can remain hidden when information is fragmented, and how ordinary spaces can conceal extraordinary crimes until persistence, chance, and evidence finally bring them into the light. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who lived in a quiet university town in Pennsylvania. A man who was intelligent, soft-spoken, and studying to become a neuroscientist. His name was Hugo Selensky, and for years, he lived in a modest home surrounded by thick woods near Bear Creek Township. He appeared to be someone pursuing a future in science, someone focused on education and building a career. But hidden beneath that calm exterior was a secret that would eventually shock investigators and reveal a series of crimes buried literally beneath the ground he lived on. Hugo Selensky was born in 1974 and grew up in Pennsylvania. He was considered highly intelligent. He attended college and studied biochemistry and neuroscience. He was known to be quiet and reserved. People who met him often described him as polite but distant, someone who kept to himself. He eventually lived alone in a small house located in a wooded area, far enough from neighbors that his daily activities attracted little attention. In 2002, 2 people named Frank James and Karen Brandt disappeared. Frank James was a pharmacist. Karen Brandt was his girlfriend. They lived together and had plans for their future. Their sudden disappearance alarmed family members. They had not taken their belongings. They had not contacted friends or relatives. Their car was missing. Their absence was abrupt and unexplained. Police began investigating. They discovered that Frank James had been scheduled to meet Hugo Selensky shortly before his disappearance. This connection immediately drew attention. Investigators questioned Selensky. He denied involvement. He appeared calm. He gave no indication of panic or distress. But investigators continued examining evidence. In 2003, police obtained a search warrant for Selensky's property. When they arrived at the wooded land surrounding his house, they began searching the ground carefully. Eventually, they discovered something buried beneath the soil. They found human remains. The bodies were identified as Frank James and Karen Brandt. Both had been killed. The discovery transformed the investigation completely. What had been a missing persons case was now a confirmed double homicide. Investigators expanded their search of Selensky's property. They believed there could be more victims. During interrogation, Selensky made statements that suggested additional crimes. He described conflicts with individuals. He described violence. But his statements were inconsistent, sometimes retracting admissions, sometimes suggesting involvement. Investigators continued searching the property. They found additional human remains. Over time, authorities came to believe that Selensky may have been responsible for multiple murders. Some victims were individuals connected to criminal activity. Others had disappeared under unclear circumstances. Selensky was arrested and charged with murder. The legal process was complex and extended over many years. Prosecutors presented forensic evidence connecting Selensky to the victims. They presented physical evidence recovered from his property. They reconstructed timelines showing how victims had last been seen with him. Selensky's defense challenged the evidence, arguing that it was incomplete or misinterpreted. But the physical evidence was difficult to dispute. In 2015, Hugo Selensky was convicted of the murders of Frank James and Karen Brandt. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Investigators believe there may have been additional victims, but not all cases resulted in formal convictions due to lack of sufficient evidence. What makes this case especially disturbing is how ordinary Selensky's life appeared from the outside. He lived quietly. He studied science. He interacted normally with people around him. Yet beneath his property were graves containing victims who had disappeared without explanation. For years, the wooded land surrounding his home concealed the truth. The soil remained undisturbed. The house remained quiet. There were no outward signs of what lay beneath. It was only through persistent investigation, search warrants, and forensic examination that investigators uncovered the evidence, revealing crimes that had remained hidden in silence beneath the surface of an otherwise ordinary place. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who walked into his workplace every day wearing the same uniform, greeting the same coworkers, and performing the same duties with such consistency that no one ever imagined he was capable of violence. His name was Mark Twitchell, and he lived in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada, a city where long winters and quiet neighborhoods created an atmosphere of routine and predictability. He was not a drifter or an outsider. He was someone who wanted recognition, someone who wanted to create something meaningful and be remembered. He described himself as a filmmaker, a storyteller working on independent projects. He studied film, wrote scripts, and spent hours thinking about characters, control, and narrative structure. He admired fictional villains, especially those who appeared intelligent and methodical. He became particularly fascinated with the television show Dexter, a fictional story about a man who lived a normal public life while secretly committing murder. To Twitchell, Dexter was not just entertainment. It became an obsession. He studied the character's methods, his discipline, and his ability to maintain two separate identities. By 2008, Twitchell was living with his girlfriend and maintaining what appeared to be a normal adult life. He spoke casually with neighbors. He attended social gatherings. He worked on film projects and shared his ambitions with others. But privately, his thoughts were becoming darker and more structured around the idea of committing real violence. He did not act impulsively. He planned carefully. He believed that intelligence and preparation could allow him to commit murder without being caught. He believed he could replicate the fictional methods he had studied. He began writing a script he called SK Confessions, which described in disturbing detail the thoughts and actions of a killer who believed himself superior to others. This document was not fiction in the traditional sense. It was a blueprint. He rented a garage in Edmonton under the pretense of needing space for film production. To anyone else, it appeared like a workspace. But inside, he began preparing it carefully. He organized tools. He cleared space. He created an environment where he believed he could control another human being completely. He understood that selecting a victim required manipulation. He chose online dating websites as his method of contact. These platforms allowed him to communicate with strangers, to present himself under false identities, and to arrange meetings privately. In October 2008, he created a fake profile posing as a woman. Using this false identity, he contacted a man named Johnny Altinger, a 38-year-old oil field worker. Johnny was an ordinary man with friends, co-workers, and family. He had routines, responsibilities, and plans for his future. He believed he was communicating with a woman interested in meeting him. The conversation developed gradually. Twitchell, pretending to be the woman, gained Johnny's trust and arranged a meeting at the rented garage, claiming it was her residence. On October 10th, 2008, Johnny arrived at the garage, unaware of the danger waiting inside. He entered. He never came out. When Johnny failed to appear at work and stopped responding to messages, his friends became concerned. His disappearance was unusual. He had not told anyone he planned to travel. His belongings remained at home. His phone stopped transmitting signals. Investigators began reconstructing his last known movements. They examined his computer and discovered his recent online conversations. They identified the fake profile he had been communicating with. They traced the account's origin. It led them toward Mark Twitchell. Investigators began surveillance. They observed Twitchell's behavior. He continued his routines normally. He showed no visible panic. He interacted calmly with others. But investigators needed physical evidence. They obtained a warrant and searched the rented garage. Inside, they discovered blood. Not small traces, but clear forensic evidence of violence. They documented every detail. They collected samples. They analyzed patterns. Blood spatter analysis revealed struggle and injury. Investigators also discovered cleaning attempts, but cleaning cannot remove all evidence. Microscopic traces remain embedded in surfaces. The most critical discovery came when investigators searched Twitchell's computer. They found a document he had written, SK Confessions. It described, in first-person detail, the thoughts and actions of a killer. It described luring a victim through online deception. It described controlling the victim. It described violence. It described concealment. The details matched the timeline of Johnny's disappearance precisely. The document was not hypothetical. It was a confession disguised as fiction. Investigators arrested Mark Twitchell on October 31st, 2008. During interrogation, he initially denied responsibility. He claimed his writings were fictional. He claimed the blood evidence had innocent explanations. But forensic analysis contradicted his claims. DNA testing confirmed the blood belonged to Johnny Altinger. Digital forensic experts established the timeline of document creation and online communications. Each piece of evidence reinforced the same conclusion. During trial, prosecutors presented the full scope of evidence. They explained how Twitchell had planned the crime. They presented the confession document. They presented forensic evidence from the garage. They presented digital records linking him directly to the fake online identity. The defense attempted to argue that the document was fiction and that the evidence was circumstantial. But the combination of forensic science, digital records, and physical evidence created a complete narrative. In April 2011, Mark Twitchell was convicted of first-degree murder. He was sentenced to life in prison with no possibility of parole for 25 years. Johnny Altinger's body was never fully recovered, but the evidence left behind told the complete story. The blood, the digital trail, the confession document, and the timeline all confirmed what had happened inside the garage. Twitchell had believed he could control every detail. He believed intelligence would protect him. He believed planning would prevent discovery. But he underestimated forensic science. He underestimated digital evidence. He underestimated the permanence of the traces he left behind. Today, Mark Twitchell remains imprisoned. His attempt to transform fiction into reality ended not in control, but in exposure. His story remains a reminder that those who attempt to construct perfect crimes often leave behind the most detailed evidence of all, hidden in their own words, waiting for investigators to uncover the truth. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who lived in a quiet suburb of Denver, Colorado, a man who worked every day, spoke calmly to his neighbors, and built a life that appeared stable from every visible angle. His name was Chris Watts, and for years, he lived inside a predictable routine that revolved around his family, his job, and the quiet structure of suburban life. His home stood in Frederick, Colorado, inside a newly developed neighborhood of clean streets and identical houses. He lived there with his wife Shannon Watts and their two young daughters, Bella and Celeste. To neighbors, they appeared to be an ordinary family. Shannon was active on social media, often sharing videos of their daily lives, birthdays, small celebrations, and ordinary moments that reflected warmth and stability. Chris appeared in those videos as a quiet, reserved presence, someone who did not speak loudly or draw attention to himself. He worked as an oil field operator, maintaining equipment and traveling to remote work sites. His life appeared defined by consistency and responsibility. Shannon Watts was organized, energetic, and deeply involved in building a future for her family. She maintained close contact with friends and relatives. She communicated regularly. Her routines were visible, structured, and predictable. This consistency made her sudden disappearance impossible to ignore. On August 13th, 2018, Shannon returned home from a business trip in the early morning hours. Security footage from a neighbor's camera showed her entering the house around 1:48 a.m. It would be the last confirmed footage of her alive. Later that morning, she failed to respond to messages. She missed scheduled appointments. Her phone remained inside the house. Her car remained parked in the garage. These details immediately alarmed her friend, who contacted authorities for a welfare check. When officers arrived at the Watts home, Chris Watts was present. He spoke calmly. He told officers he did not know where Shannon and the children had gone. He suggested she might have taken the children and left voluntarily. His tone was controlled. He did not display visible panic. Officers entered the home and conducted a preliminary search. Inside, they found Shannon's purse, phone, and personal belongings. Her medication remained in the house. These were items she would not have left behind voluntarily. Investigators recognized immediately that something was wrong. Neighbors provided surveillance footage showing Chris backing his truck into the driveway early that morning. He explained this by saying he was loading tools for work, but investigators noticed his behavior carefully. His movements appeared deliberate. His explanations contained subtle inconsistencies. He avoided eye contact at certain moments. He struggled to explain specific details clearly. These observations alone did not prove guilt, but they raised concern. Investigators began reconstructing his movements using digital evidence. Modern investigations rely heavily on technology. His phone location data placed him at a remote oil field worksite that morning. GPS tracking from his work vehicle confirmed his travel route. This information established a precise timeline. Investigators traveled to the oil field location and began examining the area carefully. Oil storage tanks stood nearby, large industrial structures used to store crude oil. The environment was isolated, quiet, and rarely visited by anyone outside oil field personnel. Meanwhile, Chris Watts spoke publicly, appearing in a televised interview asking for his family's return. He stood in front of cameras, speaking calmly, asking Shannon and the children to come home. His tone appeared controlled, but investigators observing the interview noticed emotional inconsistencies. His body language did not align with genuine distress. Experienced investigators understand that behavior often reveals truth long before words do. As the investigation continued, forensic analysis inside the home began revealing critical evidence. Bed sheets were missing. Cleaning activity had occurred. Digital forensic experts examined Chris's phone and discovered communications with another woman. This revealed a secret relationship that Shannon had recently discovered. motive began to emerge. Investigators understood that domestic homicides often involve relationship conflict, secrecy, and emotional escalation. Under continued questioning, Chris Watts' narrative began to change. Investigators used calm, structured interrogation techniques. They presented evidence gradually. They allowed silence to create pressure. Eventually, he confessed. He admitted that Shannon had died inside the home. He admitted transporting her body to the oil field site. He admitted placing her remains there. Further investigation revealed the full extent of his actions. Search teams returned to the oil field site. There, they discovered Shannon Watts' body buried in a shallow grave. Nearby, inside the oil storage tanks, investigators discovered the remains of Bella and Celeste. The recovery confirmed the timeline investigators had reconstructed using digital evidence, vehicle tracking, and forensic analysis. Every piece of data aligned precisely with his movements. Chris Watts was arrested and charged with multiple counts of murder. The case moved quickly through the legal system. Faced with overwhelming evidence, including his own confession, digital tracking, forensic analysis, and physical recovery of the victims, he pleaded guilty in November 2018. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. What makes this case especially disturbing is how completely ordinary his life appeared before the crime. His neighbors saw him daily. His co-workers interacted with him normally. His family trusted him. His routines appeared stable and predictable. There were no visible signs to outsiders of the violence that would occur inside his home. But forensic science, digital tracking, and careful investigative work revealed the truth in precise detail. His movements, his communications, and the physical evidence he left behind created a complete record of his actions. Today, Chris Watts remains in prison, his life defined permanently by the evidence that exposed him. His story remains one of the clearest examples of how modern investigations use technology, forensic science, and patient reconstruction to uncover truth, even when someone attempts to conceal it behind routine, calm behavior, and the appearance of an ordinary life. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who wore a uniform, saluted his superiors, and lived inside the rigid structure of military life. A man whose neighbors saw him as disciplined and reserved, and whose colleagues described him as quiet but capable. His name was Timothy McVeigh, and before the world knew his name, he was simply another veteran trying to find direction after service. He had grown up in New York, experienced a relatively ordinary childhood, and enlisted in the United States Army as a young man seeking purpose. In the military, he performed well, earning recognition for his skills during the Gulf War. He valued order, strength, and structure. He believed deeply in personal independence and distrust of authority. Over time, however, those beliefs intensified into something more rigid and isolating. After leaving the Army, he struggled to redefine himself. He felt disconnected from the systems he had once served. He began consuming extremist literature, attending gun shows, and forming relationships with individuals who shared his growing hostility toward the federal government. His worldview narrowed. His anger became focused. His sense of grievance hardened into ideology. The early 1990s were marked by events that deeply affected McVeigh's thinking. The Ruby Ridge standoff in 1992 and the siege in Waco, Texas, in 1993 reinforced his belief that the federal government had become oppressive and dangerous. He interpreted these events not as isolated conflicts, but as evidence of systemic tyranny. He began to see himself as someone who needed to respond, someone who believed action was necessary to send a message. These ideas did not emerge suddenly. They developed gradually, reinforced by conversations, reading material, and isolation from perspectives that challenged him. He traveled extensively across the United States, selling firearms-related merchandise at gun shows. During these travels, he connected with Terry Nichols, a former Army acquaintance who shared many of his views. Their discussions grew increasingly radical. What began as political frustration slowly transformed into planning. McVeigh believed that a dramatic act would awaken others to what he saw as government overreach. He did not view himself as irrational. He believed he was acting strategically. He studied past incidents. He researched methods. He examined security vulnerabilities. He chose April 19th, 1995, deliberately, selecting the second anniversary of the Waco siege's conclusion. The target he chose was the Alfred P. Murrah Federal Building in Oklahoma City, a multi-story structure that housed federal offices and a daycare center. It was a functioning government building filled daily with employees, visitors, and children. To McVeigh, it symbolized federal authority. To everyone else, it was simply a workplace. In the months leading up to the attack, McVeigh and Nichols acquired materials gradually to avoid drawing attention. They purchased fertilizer containing ammonium nitrate. They gathered fuel and other components. They assembled a massive explosive device inside a rented Ryder truck. The construction process required patience, planning, and coordination. They avoided large single purchases, choosing instead to acquire materials in smaller amounts. McVeigh rented the truck under an alias. He drove it toward Oklahoma City in the early hours of April 19th, parking it directly in front of the Murrah building. At 9:02 a.m., the bomb detonated. The explosion was catastrophic. The front portion of the building collapsed instantly. Floors pancaked downward. Glass shattered across blocks. Nearby structures were damaged. Smoke filled the air. Sirens began almost immediately. First responders rushed toward the destruction, navigating debris and instability to search for survivors. The daycare center inside the building had been directly above the blast zone. Rescue workers faced scenes of devastation that would remain with them for the rest of their lives. In total, 168 people were killed, including 19 children. Hundreds more were injured. The scale of the attack shocked the nation. It was at that time the deadliest act of domestic terrorism in United States history. McVeigh did not flee far. Approximately 90 minutes after the explosion, he was stopped by an Oklahoma State trooper for driving without a license plate. The traffic stop appeared routine. The trooper approached the vehicle and noticed a concealed handgun. McVeigh was arrested for weapons violations and taken into custody, initially unrelated to the bombing. At that moment, authorities had not yet connected him to the explosion. However, as investigators processed evidence at the blast site, they recovered a critical clue: a vehicle axle containing a partial identification number that survived the explosion. Through manufacturer records, they traced the component to a Ryder truck rental. Rental records led them to the alias used by McVeigh. Witnesses from the rental location provided a description. A composite sketch was created. When authorities compared the sketch to the man already in custody from the traffic stop, the connection became clear. The investigation expanded rapidly. Terry Nichols was identified and later surrendered to authorities. Additional individuals were questioned. Investigators executed search warrants, examined financial transactions, and reconstructed the timeline of purchases and movements leading up to April 19th. Evidence included fertilizer receipts, fuel purchases, rental agreements, and witness testimony from individuals who had interacted with McVeigh and Nichols. Each piece reinforced the same narrative. The bombing was deliberate, ideologically motivated, and carefully planned. During trial, prosecutors presented extensive forensic and documentary evidence. They demonstrated how the bomb was constructed, how the materials were obtained, and how McVeigh's actions aligned precisely with the explosion's timing. They presented witness testimony linking him to the rented truck. They introduced statements he had made expressing extremist beliefs and anger toward the government. The defense did not deny his involvement, but sought to contextualize his actions within his ideological framework. The courtroom became a place where motive, ideology, and responsibility were examined in detail. In 1997, Timothy McVeigh was convicted on multiple counts, including conspiracy and murder. He was sentenced to death. Terry Nichols received multiple life sentences without parole. The case forced the United States to confront the reality of domestic extremism carried out not by foreign actors, but by an American citizen shaped by grievance and radicalization. It led to changes in federal building security expanded counterterrorism strategies, and deeper examination of extremist movements within the country. On June 11th, 2001, Timothy McVeigh was executed by lethal injection. His death concluded the legal chapter of the case, but the impact of his actions continues to be remembered each year at the Oklahoma City National Memorial, where the names of the 168 victims are engraved in stone. The story remains a sobering reminder of how ideological extremism, when reinforced by isolation and grievance, can evolve into catastrophic violence. It also demonstrates how careful forensic investigation, rapid interagency cooperation, and even a routine traffic stop can unravel a crime that once seemed unimaginable in its scale. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who spent years building a life defined by routine, discipline, and quiet predictability. A man whose calm presence never drew suspicion, and whose professional success made him someone others respected without hesitation. His name was Chris Benoit, and for decades he lived inside a world that rewarded control, strength, and endurance. He was known internationally as a professional wrestler, admired for his technical skill, his discipline, and his ability to perform under intense physical and psychological pressure. To millions of viewers, he was a performer. To his colleagues, he was a professional who took his work seriously. To his family, he was a husband and father living inside the private rhythms of ordinary life. He lived with his wife Nancy and their young son Daniel in Fayetteville, Georgia, in a home that reflected stability and comfort. The house sat in a quiet neighborhood where nothing about its appearance suggested instability or danger. The lawn was maintained. The rooms were orderly. The environment reflected structure. But beneath the routines that defined his life, physical and psychological strain had been accumulating for years in ways that no one fully understood at the time. Chris Benoit's career had required extraordinary physical endurance. Professional wrestling, despite its staged outcomes, demanded real physical impact. His body absorbed repeated trauma over decades. He experienced concussions, injuries, and chronic pain. These injuries were treated, managed, and endured as part of his profession. He continued performing. He continued traveling. He continued maintaining the appearance of control. Pain became part of his daily existence, something he managed quietly. He rarely spoke publicly about his physical condition. He maintained the professional expectation that he would continue working regardless of discomfort. This pattern of endurance reinforced his identity as someone capable of functioning under pressure. His home life appeared stable. Nancy Benoit had also worked in professional wrestling earlier in her life. She understood the demands of the profession. She understood the travel, the injuries, and the expectations. Their son Daniel lived with them in their home, attending school, growing up inside a family that appeared stable from the outside. Friends and neighbors saw nothing that suggested immediate danger. Their interactions appeared normal. Conversations remained ordinary. Daily routines continued without visible disruption. But in the weeks leading up to June 2007, subtle changes began to occur. Chris Benoit became quieter. His communication patterns shifted. He withdrew emotionally from colleagues and friends. He continued performing professionally, maintaining his responsibilities, but privately, something was changing. These changes were not immediately recognized as warning signs. They appeared gradual. They appeared internal. They remained invisible to those around him. On June 22, 2007, Nancy Benoit was inside their home. The environment was quiet. There were no reports of disturbance from neighbors. There were no emergency calls. There were no immediate external signs of crisis. But inside the home, events unfolded that would later become the center of one of the most disturbing investigations in professional sports history. Nancy Benoit died inside the home. The exact timeline was reconstructed later through forensic analysis, digital records, and physical evidence. Investigators determined she had been killed inside the residence. The following day, June 23rd, their son Daniel also died inside the home. Again, there were no immediate external signs visible to neighbors. The house remained quiet. The outside world continued normally, unaware of what had already occurred inside. On June 24th, Chris Benoit remained inside the house. He did not appear publicly. He did not communicate with colleagues in ways that suggested urgency. Instead, he sent text messages to coworkers providing his home address and explaining that his dogs were inside. These messages appeared unusual. They did not explain the situation directly, but they provided specific logistical information. These communications would later become critical in establishing timeline and intent. Later that same day, Chris Benoit died inside the home. When colleagues became concerned about his absence from scheduled professional appearances, they contacted authorities. Law enforcement officers arrived at the residence on June 25, 2007. The house was quiet. Nothing appeared disturbed from the outside. Officers entered and began examining the interior. Inside, they discovered the bodies of Nancy, Daniel, and Chris Benoit. The investigation began immediately. Investigators examined the home carefully. They documented every detail. They collected physical evidence. They examined digital records, including phone communications, text messages, and computer activity. They reconstructed the timeline carefully, understanding that accurate sequencing was essential to understanding what had occurred. Forensic analysis confirmed that Nancy Benoit had died first. Daniel Benoit died the following day. Chris Benoit died last. This sequence was established through careful examination of physical evidence, decomposition timelines, and digital communication records. Investigators examined Chris Benoit's medical history. They reviewed his injury records. They examined his history of concussions. Medical experts conducted extensive neurological analysis following his death. Their findings revealed severe brain trauma consistent with chronic traumatic encephalopathy, a degenerative brain condition associated with repeated head injuries. This condition affects behavior, emotional regulation, and impulse control. The extent of the damage shocked medical professionals. His brain showed patterns typically associated with significantly older individuals suffering from advanced neurological degeneration. Investigators also examined digital searches conducted on his home computer. These searches provided insight into his mental state during the days leading up to the incident. They documented behavioral patterns, timing, and cognitive function. The investigation concluded that Chris Benoit was responsible for the deaths of his wife and son before his own death. The evidence was overwhelming. Physical evidence, digital evidence, medical analysis, timeline reconstruction. Each element confirmed the sequence of events beyond doubt. What made this case especially disturbing was the contrast between public perception and private reality. Chris Benoit had existed inside a professional environment defined by discipline and control. He had performed in front of millions. He had maintained routines. He had interacted normally with colleagues and fans. His life appeared structured, predictable, stable. But internally, physical and neurological damage had been accumulating silently. The injuries he endured did not disappear. They remained. They altered brain function. They altered emotional stability. They altered behavior in ways invisible to those around him. This case changed professional wrestling permanently. It forced organizations to examine concussion protocols. It forced medical professionals to study long-term brain trauma. It forced institutions to recognize the invisible damage caused by repeated head injuries. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who built his entire life around control. Control over his appearance, control over his routine, and most importantly, control over how other people saw him. His name was Mark Hacking, and for years, he lived inside a carefully constructed illusion. To his neighbors in Salt Lake City, Utah, he was a quiet husband. To his family, he was someone working toward a career in medicine. To his wife, Lori, he was a partner building a shared future filled with promise. Their apartment was small but comfortable, filled with the ordinary signs of a young couple moving forward in life. Books stacked near the bed, notes written about future plans, and schedules that reflected ambition and hope. Nothing about their life suggested instability. Nothing about Mark suggested violence. But behind the structure of that ordinary life was a secret he had been hiding for years. and that secret was slowly approaching the point where it could no longer remain hidden. Mark and Lori met years earlier and quickly formed a close bond. Lori was disciplined, motivated, and deeply supportive. She believed in Mark's future. She believed in his intelligence. He had told her he was attending medical school, that he was progressing toward becoming a doctor. She trusted him completely. She told friends and family about his achievements with pride. Their families celebrated their progress, believing they were watching two young people build a stable and meaningful future. Mark reinforced this belief by maintaining routines that appeared consistent with his claims. He left home at expected hours. He spoke about exams. He discussed academic pressures. He created the appearance of someone moving steadily toward a professional career. But the truth was different. Mark had never been accepted into medical school. He had lied. The lie did not exist as a single moment of deception. It existed as a structure, something he maintained daily. Each morning he left the apartment not to attend classes, but to preserve the illusion. Each conversation with Lori reinforced the false reality he had created. He understood that the longer the lie existed, the more difficult it would become to escape it. But instead of admitting the truth, he continued building layers around it. He avoided situations where his claims could be directly verified. He controlled conversations. He provided explanations that prevented deeper questioning. He lived in constant awareness that exposure could happen at any moment. By July 2004, that moment was approaching. Lori had begun preparing to move with Mark to North Carolina, where he claimed he had been accepted into a medical program. She had told her family. She had made plans. She had trusted completely in the future he described. But unknown to her, the truth was beginning to surface. Verification requests were being made. Records were being examined. The illusion was weakening. On the morning of July 19th, 2004, Lori woke up early. It was an ordinary morning. She told Mark she planned to go for a run. She often exercised in the mornings. It was part of her routine. She left the apartment wearing running clothes. She did not take her phone. She did not take identification. She did not take anything unusual. She never returned. At first, Mark's behavior appeared consistent with concern. He told people she had gone running and had not come back. He contacted family members. He spoke with police. He repeated the same explanation. He said he had been asleep when she left and did not know what happened after that. Investigators responded quickly. Missing person cases always begin with urgency, especially when the disappearance is sudden and unexplained. They searched nearby areas. They interviewed neighbors. They examined possible routes Lori might have taken during her run. But investigators quickly noticed something unusual. There was no evidence she had gone running. No witnesses had seen her. No cameras captured her. No physical signs suggested she had left the apartment alive. Investigators began focusing on the last person known to have seen her, Mark. At first, his explanations appeared calm and consistent. He described waking up after she had left. He described assuming she had gone running as planned. He described becoming concerned when she did not return. But investigators are trained to observe details beyond words. They observe timing. They observe inconsistencies. They observe behavior. They examined his movements carefully. They discovered that on the day Lori disappeared, Mark had driven his car to a location investigators would later identify as a landfill transfer station. This discovery was critical. Landfill transfer stations serve as collection points where trash is deposited before being transported to larger landfills. Material deposited, there becomes extremely difficult to recover. Investigators examined records. They confirmed Mark had accessed the station that morning. This contradicted his earlier statements. He had not mentioned visiting the station. Investigators searched the apartment. Inside, they discovered evidence that suggested violence had occurred. Blood evidence was found. Attempts had been made to clean it. Cleaning can remove visible signs, but forensic analysis can reveal what remains beneath the surface. Investigators used chemical detection methods that exposed traces invisible to the naked eye. The apartment had been cleaned deliberately. Investigators now understood that Lori had never left the apartment alive. Attention intensified. Search teams focused on the landfill connected to the transfer station Mark had visited. This was an enormous task. Landfills contain massive amounts of material, layered and compressed. Finding specific evidence within them requires extraordinary effort. Investigators coordinated teams. They examined records. They identified sections most likely connected to the material deposited that day. Meanwhile, Mark's behavior changed. Under pressure, maintaining his illusion became impossible. On October 1st, 2004, he confessed. He admitted that Lori had discovered the truth. She had learned he was not attending medical school. She had confronted him. The confrontation forced him to face the collapse of the identity he had built. The life he had presented, the future he had promised, the respect he had received, all of it was built on deception. In that moment, he chose violence instead of truth. His confession confirmed what investigators had already begun to prove through evidence. He was arrested. The investigation that followed revealed the full timeline. His lies had been maintained for years. He had constructed routines designed to prevent discovery. He had relied on trust. He had relied on Lori's belief in him. He had relied on the assumption that the illusion could continue indefinitely. But illusions require constant maintenance. And eventually, reality breaks through. At trial, the evidence was clear. Forensic evidence from the apartment, records from the landfill, his own admission. The jury heard the timeline in detail, understanding how his deception had evolved, how it had reached a breaking point, and how investigators had followed the evidence patiently until the truth was undeniable. Mark Hacking was convicted and sentenced to life in prison. Today, he remains incarcerated, his life defined not by the future he once pretended to pursue, but by the evidence that exposed him. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a trusted pediatrician who was supposed to heal children, about a man who spent decades abusing young patients under the guise of medical care, and about how a powerful institution protected him while hundreds of victims suffered in silence. In the 1960s through the 1990s, Dr. Larry Nassar worked as a sports medicine doctor at Michigan State University and as the team physician for USA Gymnastics. He treated some of the most elite athletes in the world, including Olympic gold medalists. Parents trusted him with their daughters, believing he was providing cutting-edge medical treatment. But behind closed doors, Nassar was committing horrific acts of abuse disguised as legitimate medical procedures. Nassar specialized in treating young female athletes, particularly gymnasts. He developed a reputation as someone who could fix injuries that other doctors couldn't. Athletes traveled from across the country to see him. He was friendly and approachable, often giving girls gifts and attention that made them feel special. Parents appreciated how much time he spent with their daughters and how dedicated he seemed to their care. But during medical appointments, Nassar would perform procedures that had no legitimate medical purpose. He would penetrate his young patients without wearing gloves, without explaining what he was doing, and often without a parent or chaperone present in the room. When girls questioned what he was doing, he would tell them it was a special treatment technique that would help their injuries. Many of the victims were young teenagers who trusted that a doctor knew what he was doing. The abuse went on for decades. Nassar exploited his position of authority and the trust that athletes and their families placed in medical professionals. Young girls who felt uncomfortable during appointments often didn't speak up because they didn't want to jeopardize their athletic careers or because they genuinely believed Nassar was providing necessary medical treatment. Some victims did try to report what was happening. In 1997, a gymnast told Michigan State University officials about Nassar's inappropriate treatment. The university investigated, but ultimately cleared Nassar and allowed him to continue treating patients. In 2004, another complaint was made, and again nothing was done. USA Gymnastics received complaints about Nassar over the years, but failed to take action to stop him. The institutions that employed Nassar prioritized protecting their reputations over protecting the children in their care. Complaints were ignored or dismissed. Nassar was allowed to continue working with young athletes year after year, accumulating hundreds of victims while the organizations that should have stopped him looked the other way. The case finally began to unravel in 2016 when former gymnast Rachel Den Hollander went public with detailed allegations about Nasser's abuse. She filed a police report and spoke to the Indianapolis Star newspaper about what Nasser had done to her when she was 15 years old. Her bravery in coming forward encouraged other victims to speak up. Once Rachel's story was published, a flood of other women came forward with similar accounts. Olympic gold medalists, including Michaela Maroney, Aly Raisman, and Gabby Douglas, revealed they had been abused by Nasser. The scope of his crimes was staggering. Investigators eventually identified over 300 victims, though the actual number is believed to be much higher. Larry Nasser was arrested in 2016 on charges related to the abuse of young athletes. He was also charged with possession of images depicting abuse of children after investigators found thousands of such images on his computers. As the investigation expanded, more charges were added as additional victims came forward. In November 2017, Nasser pleaded guilty to multiple charges in Michigan State Court. In January 2018, he faced sentencing in a courtroom where over 150 of his victims were given the opportunity to deliver impact statements directly to him. The sentencing hearing lasted 7 days as woman after woman stood up and confronted the man who had abused them. The victim impact statements were powerful and heartbreaking. Young women described how Nasser had violated them under the guise of medical treatment. They talked about how the abuse had affected their mental health, their relationships, and their lives. Many spoke about feeling betrayed, not just by Nasser, but by the institutions that had failed to protect them when they tried to report what was happening. Olympic gymnast Aly Raisman gave a particularly powerful statement, looking directly at Nasser and telling him that the women he had abused were stronger than he could ever imagine. She condemned USA Gymnastics and Michigan State University for enabling his abuse for so many years. Judge Rosemary Aquilina, who presided over one of the sentencing hearings, made headlines for her strong words condemning Nasser. After hearing days of victim statements, she sentenced him to 40 to 175 years in prison, telling him she had just signed his death warrant. Nasser also received additional sentences in other cases, ensuring he would spend the rest of his life behind bars. The Nasser case exposed massive institutional failures at Michigan State University and USA Gymnastics. Both organizations faced intense scrutiny for how they had handled complaints about Nasser over the years. Multiple officials resigned or were fired. Michigan State University paid a settlement of $500 million to Nasser's victims, one of the largest settlements in the history of such cases. USA Gymnastics filed for bankruptcy as it faced lawsuits from hundreds of victims. The entire leadership of the organization was replaced, and major reforms were implemented to prevent similar abuse from happening in the future. The United States Olympic Committee also faced criticism for its oversight failures. The case sparked a broader conversation about how institutions protect predators and silence victims. It highlighted the need for better safeguards in youth sports and better training for recognizing and reporting abuse. It also showed the power of survivors speaking up and supporting each other. Larry Nasser is currently serving his sentences in federal prison. He will never be released. The women he abused have become advocates for other survivors and have pushed for systemic changes to protect children in sports and other settings. The survivors of Larry Nasser's abuse showed remarkable courage in coming forward and confronting their abuser. Their willingness to speak up not only brought Nasser to justice, but also exposed the failures of powerful institutions that had protected him for decades. Rachel Den Hollander, who was the first to go public and the last to give her victim impact statement, became a symbol of the strength it takes to stand up against abuse and demand accountability. The Larry Nasser case serves as a reminder that predators often hide in plain sight in positions of trust and authority. It shows the importance of believing victims when they come forward and the devastating consequences when institutions prioritize their own reputations over the safety of children. The hundreds of women who survived Nasser's abuse turned their pain into power, ensuring that their voices would be heard and that meaningful change would come from their suffering. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a charismatic drifter who charmed his way across America, about a killing spree that left dozens dead, and about how one man's good looks and smooth talking made him one of the most infamous serial killers in American history. In the 1970s, Ted Bundy was a young man who seemed to have everything going for him. He was handsome, intelligent, and charismatic. He had studied law and worked on political campaigns. Women found him attractive and charming. But behind his clean-cut appearance and winning smile, Ted Bundy was a monster who would take the lives of at least 30 young women across 7 states, though the actual number is believed to be much higher. Bundy's crimes began in 1974 in the Pacific Northwest. Young women started disappearing from college campuses in Washington and Oregon. The victims shared similar characteristics. They were typically young, attractive women with long hair parted in the middle. Many were college students who vanished in broad daylight from crowded areas. Bundy's method was calculated and deceptive. He would often wear a fake cast or sling on his arm and approach young women asking for help carrying books or loading something into his car. He played on their kindness and willingness to help someone who appeared injured. Once he got them close to his vehicle, he would overpower them and force them inside. Other times, Bundy would pretend to be an authority figure. He would approach women claiming to be a police officer or security guard, showing fake identification. Women trusted him because he looked respectable and spoke confidently. By the time they realized something was wrong, it was too late. One of the most well-known disappearances occurred in July 1974 at Lake Sammamish State Park in Washington. Multiple witnesses saw a handsome young man with his arm in a sling approaching young women and asking them to help him with a sailboat. 2 women, Janice Ott and Denise Naslund, were seen leaving with a man that day. Both disappeared and were later found deceased in a wooded area. Witnesses provided descriptions of the man and his vehicle, and several remembered he had introduced himself as Ted. Police created composite sketches that were distributed widely. One person who saw the sketches and thought they looked familiar was Ted Bundy's girlfriend. She even called the police tip line to mention her boyfriend's name, but investigators received thousands of tips and didn't follow up on hers immediately. In 1975, Ted Bundy was pulled over by police in Utah for a traffic violation. When officers searched his vehicle, they found suspicious items including a ski mask, handcuffs, rope, and an ice pick. Bundy was arrested, and investigators began connecting him to disappearances across multiple states. A survivor named Carol Duranch came forward and identified Bundy as the man who had tried to abduct her. He had approached her at a shopping mall claiming to be a police officer, saying someone had tried to break into her car. When she got into his vehicle, he tried to handcuff her, but she fought back and escaped. Her testimony was crucial in securing Bundy's first conviction. Bundy was convicted of kidnapping Carol Duranch and sentenced to prison in Utah. While incarcerated, he was also charged with the elimination of a young woman in Colorado. But Bundy was already planning his escape. In 1977, while representing himself in court during a preliminary hearing, he was allowed to use the law library. He jumped out of a second-story window and escaped, though he was recaptured after 6 days. 6 months later, Bundy escaped again, this time from a county jail in Colorado. He had lost weight deliberately and was able to squeeze through a small opening in the ceiling of his cell. He made his way to Florida, where he would commit some of his most brutal crimes. On January 15, 1978, just weeks after his escape, Bundy broke into the Chi Omega sorority house at Florida State University in Tallahassee. In a horrifying rampage that lasted less than 15 minutes, he attacked 4 women while they slept, taking the lives of 2 of them, Margaret Bowman and Lisa Levy. Both were beaten and strangled. A 5th woman in a nearby apartment was also attacked that same night, but survived. Less than a month later, Bundy abducted and ended the life of 12-year-old Kimberly Leach, taking her from her school in broad daylight. Her body was found weeks later in an abandoned pig shed. This would be Bundy's final victim before his capture. Bundy was arrested on February 15, 1978, after being pulled over for driving a stolen vehicle. Police found identification cards belonging to female students in the car. Bite mark evidence from the Chi Omega attacks matched Bundy's teeth, providing crucial forensic evidence against him. Ted Bundy's trials became media spectacles. He chose to represent himself in court, and the proceedings were among the first criminal trials to be televised nationally. Bundy seemed to enjoy the attention, smiling for cameras and acting confident. He even proposed to his girlfriend Carol in Boone during his trial, and she accepted, creating a bizarre courtroom moment where they essentially married. Despite Bundy's charm and attempts to manipulate the jury, the evidence against him was overwhelming. He was convicted of taking the lives of the Chi Omega women and Kimberly Leach and was sentenced to death. While on death row, Bundy gave interviews where he discussed his crimes in the third person, never fully admitting guilt, but providing chilling insights into the mind of a serial killer. Bundy claimed that exposure to violent media had influenced him, though experts believed he was deflecting responsibility. He also confessed to numerous other crimes in the days before his execution, finally admitting to killing at least 30 women, though investigators believe the true number was much higher. On January 24th, 1989, Ted Bundy was executed in the electric chair at Florida State Prison. Outside the prison, crowds gathered, some celebrating the execution of one of America's most notorious killers. His death brought some closure to the families of his victims, though the pain of their losses would never fully heal. Ted Bundy's case changed how law enforcement approached serial crime investigations. It highlighted the importance of sharing information across state lines and recognizing patterns in disappearances. It also showed how dangerous it was to assume that someone who looked normal and acted charming couldn't be capable of horrific violence. The young women Bundy victimized were daughters, sisters, and friends who had their entire lives ahead of them. They were students pursuing education, women with dreams and futures that were stolen by a predator who saw them as objects rather than human beings. Ted Bundy's charm and intelligence made him particularly dangerous because people trusted him, never suspecting the evil that lurked behind his friendly smile. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a nurse who was supposed to care for the most vulnerable patients, about a hospital ward where babies kept dying under mysterious circumstances, and about how one woman's actions made her Britain's most prolific child killer in modern history. In the 1990s, Beverly Allitt was a nurse working on the children's ward at Grantham and Kesteven Hospital in Lincolnshire, England. She seemed dedicated to her work and showed great concern for her young patients. But over a 59-day period in 1991, the ward experienced an alarming spike in cardiac arrests and unexplained deaths among infants and children. What hospital staff didn't realize was that their colleague Beverly Allitt was deliberately harming the children in her care. Beverly Allitt had wanted to be a nurse since childhood. She completed her training and was hired at Grantham Hospital in 1991. Almost immediately after she started working, children on her ward began experiencing mysterious medical emergencies. Babies who had been healthy would suddenly go into cardiac arrest. Children admitted for minor ailments would unexpectedly deteriorate. The first victim was 7-week-old Liam Taylor, who had been admitted with a chest infection in February 1991. While under Allitt's care, Liam had a heart attack and died. Doctors were puzzled because his condition hadn't seemed serious enough to cause such a catastrophic event. The death was attributed to natural causes, and no one suspected anything sinister. 2 weeks later, 11-year-old Timothy Hardwick was admitted with epilepsy. He was stable and expected to be discharged soon. But while Allitt was caring for him, Timothy suddenly went into cardiac arrest and died. Again, doctors were confused by the unexpected death, but found no clear explanation. The pattern continued. Children would be admitted to the ward with relatively minor conditions, then would suffer cardiac arrests, seizures, or other life-threatening emergencies while under Allitt's care. Some survived these episodes, but others did not. Over the span of just 2 months, 4 children died and 9 others were seriously harmed. One of the survivors was 15-month-old Claire Peck, who initially survived a respiratory arrest while in Allitt's care. Claire was being monitored closely, but during another shift when Allitt was her nurse, the toddler suffered a second cardiac arrest. This time, despite efforts to save her, Claire died. It was later discovered that Allitt had been alone with Claire just before she collapsed. Another victim was 5-month-old Paul Crampton, a twin who had been born prematurely. Paul was in the hospital for monitoring, but was doing well. After Alit cared for him, Paul suffered multiple episodes where he stopped breathing. His parents noticed that these episodes seemed to happen only when Alit was on duty. Paul survived, but suffered permanent brain damage from oxygen deprivation. Hospital staff began to notice the disturbing pattern. Children were having medical emergencies at a much higher rate than normal, and these emergencies seemed to cluster around times when Beverly Alit was working. A consultant pediatrician raised concerns with hospital administration, and an investigation was launched. Police were called in, and they began examining the medical records of all the children who had died or suffered unexplained emergencies. They discovered that Beverly Alit had been present for every single incident. This couldn't be coincidence. They also found that some of the children had abnormally high levels of insulin in their blood, levels that could only have been achieved through deliberate injection. Beverly Alit was arrested in May 1991 and charged with 4 counts of ending life, 3 counts of attempted ending of life, and 6 counts of causing grievous bodily harm. The evidence showed she had been injecting children with massive doses of insulin or air into their bloodstreams, or administering other substances that cause cardiac arrest and respiratory failure. Investigators tried to understand why Alit had committed these horrific acts. Psychiatrists who examined her diagnosed her with Munchausen syndrome by proxy, a psychological disorder where a caregiver deliberately harms someone in their care to gain attention and sympathy. Alit had enjoyed the drama and attention that came with medical emergencies. She would be the one to discover the crisis, call for help, and then participate in the frantic efforts to save the child she had just harmed. During her nursing training, Alit had shown warning signs. She had an unusual number of illnesses and injuries herself, consistent with Munchausen syndrome. She had been absent from training frequently due to various medical complaints. But these red flags hadn't prevented her from being hired or raised concerns about her suitability to care for vulnerable patients. Alit's trial began in 1993 and lasted nearly 2 months. The prosecution presented overwhelming medical evidence showing that the children had been deliberately harmed. Expert witnesses testified about the insulin levels found in victims and the presence of air bubbles in bloodstreams that could only have been injected. The pattern of incidents occurring only during Alit's shifts was damning. Alit refused to testify in her own defense. She sat quietly throughout the trial, showing little emotion as the details of her crimes were presented. The jury heard heartbreaking testimony from parents who had trusted Alit to care for their children, never knowing she was the one harming them. In May 1993, Beverly Alit was found guilty on all charges. She was sentenced to 13 concurrent life sentences in order to serve a minimum of 30 years before being eligible for parole. The judge described her crimes as a breach of trust of the most grievous kind. The case led to major changes in how the British healthcare system monitors for suspicious patterns of patient deaths and injuries. Hospitals implemented better systems for tracking which staff members are present during medical emergencies. Background checks for healthcare workers became more thorough, looking for patterns of behavior consistent with Munchausen syndrome. For the families of Alit's victims, the revelations were devastating. Parents who had grieved what they thought were natural deaths now had to cope with knowing their children had been deliberately harmed by someone they trusted. The survivors who suffered permanent injuries faced lifelong consequences from Alit's actions. Beverly Alit remains in prison, now at Rampton Secure Hospital, a facility for criminals with mental disorders. She has been denied parole multiple times and will likely spend the rest of her life incarcerated. Over the years, she has reportedly gained a significant amount of weight and continues to exhibit attention-seeking behavior. The children Beverly Alit harmed were innocent and defenseless. Parents had brought them to the hospital expecting they would receive care and heal. Instead, they encountered a nurse whose need for attention and drama was more important to her than the lives of the children she was supposed to protect. 4 children died and 9 others were seriously harmed, all because one woman saw vulnerable patients as tools to satisfy her twisted psychological needs. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a respected doctor who lived a secret double life, about a physician who took the lives of over 200 patients, and about how one of the most prolific serial killers in history operated undetected for decades while hiding behind his white coat and good reputation. Harold Shipman was a family doctor in Hyde, England, a small town near Manchester. For years, he was known as a caring and dedicated physician who made house calls and spent time with his elderly patients. People in the community trusted him completely. But between 1975 and 1998, Dr. Shipman systematically ended the lives of at least 215 patients, though the actual number may be much higher, making him one of the most prolific serial killers in recorded history. Shipman was born in 1946 and grew up in a working-class family in Nottingham. His mother was diagnosed with lung cancer when he was a teenager, and he watched as doctors administered morphine to ease her pain in her final days. Some psychologists later suggested this experience may have influenced his later crimes, as he seemed fascinated by the power doctors held over life and death. After medical school, Shipman began his career as a general practitioner. In 1975, he joined a medical practice in Todmorden, but was forced to resign in 1975 after he was caught forging prescriptions for pethidine, a powerful painkiller, for his own use. He was fined and briefly attended a drug rehabilitation program. Most doctors caught in such circumstances would lose their medical license permanently, but Shipman was allowed to continue practicing medicine after a short suspension. In 1977, Shipman joined a new practice in Hyde and eventually opened his own solo practice in 1993. It was during these years that his killing spree accelerated. His method was simple and difficult to detect. He would visit elderly patients at their homes, often patients who lived alone. He would inject them with lethal doses of diamorphine, a form of heroin used for pain management. The drug would cause respiratory failure, and the patients would die within minutes. After administering the fatal injection, Shipman would wait with the body for a short time, then call family members or emergency services to report that the patient had died. Because he was their trusted doctor, and because the victims were elderly and often had existing health conditions, their deaths didn't raise immediate suspicion. Shipman would certify the deaths himself, listing natural causes such as heart failure or old age. Many of Shipman's victims were widows who lived alone. They trusted their doctor completely and welcomed him into their homes. Some had been his patient for years. They had no reason to fear the man who was supposed to be caring for their health. Shipman would chat with them pleasantly, then inject them with poison when they weren't expecting it. What made Shipman particularly dangerous was his position of authority and trust. As a doctor, he had access to controlled drugs and the ability to certify deaths without arousing suspicion. He was well respected in the community and had built strong relationships with his patients. No one questioned his judgment when elderly patients died, even when the death rate among his patients was significantly higher than other doctors in the area. The case began to unravel in 1998 when a local funeral director named Alan Massey noticed an unusual pattern. He observed that an abnormally high number of Shipman's patients were dying, and many of them were found fully clothed and sitting in chairs, which was unusual for natural deaths. He also noticed that Shipman was almost always the last person to see these patients alive and was often present when the bodies were discovered. Around the same time, concerns were raised about the will of one of Shipman's victims, Kathleen Grundy. Kathleen was a wealthy, 81-year-old former mayoress who had been found dead in her home in June 1998. Shipman had been the last person to see her alive, claiming he had visited to take a blood sample. Shortly after her death, a poorly typed will surfaced, leaving her entire estate, worth nearly £400,000 to Dr. Shipman. Kathleen's daughter, Angela Woodruff, was a lawyer, and she immediately suspected the will was fake. The typing was amateurish, there were spelling errors, and the witnesses who supposedly signed it were two of Shipman's patients. Angela went to police with her suspicions that Shipman had forged the will and possibly harmed her mother. Police began investigating and exhumed Kathleen Grundy's body. Toxicology tests revealed a lethal level of morphine in her system. There was no medical reason for her to have been given such a large dose. Police then began looking at other deaths among Shipman's patients and discovered a disturbing pattern. As the investigation expanded, Bodies of other victims were exhumed and tested. Again and again, toxicology reports showed lethal levels of geomorphine. Medical records have been altered by Shipman to make it appear patients had been more ill than they actually were, creating false justifications for their deaths. The evidence was overwhelming. Harold Shipman was arrested in September 1998 and charged with multiple counts of ending life and forgery. His trial began in October 1999 and lasted 57 days. Prosecutors presented evidence regarding 15 victims, though they believed there were many more. The trial focused on cases where the evidence was strongest, including toxicology reports, medical records showing Shipman's alterations, and testimony about his behavior. Throughout the trial, Shipman maintained his innocence. He showed no remorse and insisted that all his patients had died of natural causes. He claimed the morphine found in their bodies must have been self-administered, though this explanation made no sense given the quantities found and the circumstances of the deaths. In January 2000, Harold Shipman was found guilty of taking the lives of 15 patients and forging Kathleen Grundy's will. He was sentenced to 15 consecutive life sentences. The judge recommended he never be released, calling him a disgrace to the medical profession who had violated the trust patients placed in him. After his conviction, a public inquiry was launched to determine the full extent of Shipman's crimes. The Shipman inquiry examined hundreds of deaths and concluded that he had taken the lives of at least 215 patients, possibly as many as 250. The inquiry found that Shipman had been killing patients throughout his entire career, starting as early as 1975. The inquiry revealed shocking failures and oversight. Despite the high death rate among his patients and some complaints about his behavior, no regulatory body had properly investigated. The ease with which Shipman could obtain controlled drugs and alter medical records without detection pointed to serious systemic problems in healthcare oversight. On January 13, 2004, Harold Shipman was found hanged in his prison cell. He had taken his own life the day before his 60th birthday. He never explained why he had taken the lives of so many patients or showed any remorse for his actions. His death meant that many questions would never be answered. The victims of Harold Shipman were elderly people who trusted their doctor. They welcomed him into their homes, believing he was there to help them. Instead, he ended their lives for reasons that remain unclear. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about 3 young boys who vanished after going out to play, about a community that searched desperately for answers, and about how a shocking confession decades later revealed that the killer had been hiding in plain sight the entire time. In May 1986, 3 young boys from Baltimore, Maryland, went missing after heading out to play on a Sunday afternoon. 10-year-old Brian Kramer, 11-year-old Mark Digman, and 11-year-old David Fries were best friends who lived in the same neighborhood. They told their parents they were going to go play and would be home for dinner. They never came home. When the boys didn't return that evening, their families became worried and started searching the neighborhood. They called friends and checked all the usual places the boys liked to hang out. By nightfall, when there was still no sign of the 3 children, police were called and a massive search began. The community of Baltimore rallied together to look for the missing boys. Hundreds of volunteers combed through parks, wooded areas, and abandoned buildings. Police conducted house-to-house searches and interviewed everyone who might have seen the boys that day. Flyers with the boys' photos were posted throughout the city. The case received extensive media coverage as families desperately hoped for their safe return. As days passed with no sign of the children, hope began to fade. The families held press conferences pleading for information. Police followed up on every tip and lead, but none brought them closer to finding the boys. The investigation eventually went cold, and the case became one of Baltimore's most haunting mysteries. For decades, the families of Brian, Mark, and David lived with the agony of not knowing what had happened to their sons. Were they still alive somewhere? Had they run away? Had someone taken them? The questions haunted them every single day. They held memorials, kept the boys' rooms unchanged, and never stopped hoping for answers. Then in 2015, nearly 30 years after the boys disappeared, police received information that would finally break the case open. A woman contacted authorities, saying her deceased father had confessed to her years earlier that he had been involved in the deaths of 3 boys in the 1980s. The woman had been troubled by this confession for years, but had been afraid to come forward while her father was still alive. The man the woman identified was someone who had lived in the same Baltimore neighborhood where the boys had disappeared. His name was Joseph Smith, and he had died in 2010. Smith had been questioned during the original investigation in 1986, but had been cleared at the time. Investigators had no evidence linking him to the disappearance, and he had seemed cooperative and concerned about the missing children. Based on the daughter's information, police reopened the case and began investigating Smith's background more thoroughly. They discovered that he had been convicted of molesting children on multiple occasions, both before and after 1986. Despite this history, he had been allowed to live freely in the community near where children played. This raised serious questions about how the original investigation had cleared him so easily. Detectives worked to corroborate the daughter's account and build a case even though the suspect was already deceased. They re-interviewed witnesses from 1986, many of whom had new information or remembered details they hadn't shared at the time. Some neighbors recalled seeing Smith talking to young boys in the neighborhood around the time of the disappearance. Investigators also learned that Smith had access to a property where he could have taken the boys without being observed. Witnesses remembered that Smith had been unusually interested in the investigation in 1986, frequently asking police about their progress and offering unsolicited theories about what might have happened. This kind of behavior is common among perpetrators who insert themselves into investigations. In 2016, police announced they had solved the case, based on the daughter's testimony, witness statements, and circumstantial evidence. They concluded that Joseph Smith had been responsible for the deaths of Brian, Mark, and David. While Smith couldn't be prosecuted because he was deceased, police wanted to give the families closure and let the community know the case was solved. According to the investigation, Smith had lured the 3 boys to a location where he had harmed them. The exact details of what happened were never fully revealed out of respect for the families, but police stated they believed the boys had been taken to an isolated area and had not survived. Despite extensive searches of properties associated with Smith, the boys' remains were never recovered. The news brought mixed emotions for the families. After 3 decades of uncertainty, they finally had answers about what had happened to their sons. But the knowledge that the person responsible had lived freely for years after committing such horrific crimes was painful. They also struggled with the fact that they would never be able to recover their sons' bodies and give them proper burials. The families expressed anger that Smith had been questioned and cleared in 1986 despite his history of offenses against children. They felt that if investigators had looked more carefully at his background and taken his history seriously, he might have been caught at the time. The case highlighted failures in how law enforcement tracked repeat offenders and shared information about dangerous individuals. The case also raised questions about why Smith's daughter had waited so long to come forward with the information. She explained that she had been afraid of her father while he was alive and feared what he might do if she reported him. She also struggled with the loyalty she felt toward her father despite knowing what he had done. Only after his death did she feel safe enough to tell authorities what he had confessed to her. For the Baltimore community, the resolution of the case brought some sense of closure to a tragedy that had haunted them for decades. Parents who had warned their own children about stranger danger, using the story of the 3 missing boys, could now tell them the case had been solved. But the loss of Brian, Mark, and David remained a painful reminder of the dangers that can exist in seemingly safe neighborhoods. The 3 boys had simply wanted to go out and play on a spring afternoon. They should have come home for dinner, grown up, and lived full lives. Instead, they encountered a predator who saw them as victims rather than children. Their family spent 3 decades searching for answers, never giving up hope that someday they would know the truth. While Joseph Smith escaped earthly justice by dying before he could be prosecuted, the truth about what he did was finally revealed. Brian Kramer, Mark Digman, and David Freeze are remembered not just as victims, but as 3 young boys who were friends, who loved to play together, and whose lives were stolen far too soon by someone who should never have had access to children in the first place. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a beauty queen who was found dead in her own home on Christmas night, about a 6-year-old girl whose case became one of America's most infamous unsolved mysteries, and about how a family tragedy turned into decades of speculation, false accusations, and heartbreak that continues to this day. On December 26, 1996, Patsy Ramsey called 911 in Boulder, Colorado, claiming she found a ransom note saying her 6-year-old daughter JonBenet had been kidnapped. The note was lengthy, nearly 3 pages long, demanding $118,000 for JonBenet's safe return. The amount was oddly specific and happened to be almost exactly the amount of John Ramsey's recent bonus from his company. Police arrived at the Ramsey home and began treating it as a kidnapping case. But the situation was strange from the beginning. The ransom note was written on paper from a notepad inside the Ramsey home, using a pen that was also from the house. The note was unusually long for a ransom demand and contained phrases that seemed theatrical and unlike typical ransom notes. John Ramsey, JonBenet's father, and several friends searched the house while police secured the scene. Hours after the initial 911 call, John Ramsey went down to the basement and made a horrifying discovery. JonBenet's body was lying on the floor of a small storage room. She had duct tape over her mouth, a cord around her neck, and her wrists were loosely tied. John immediately picked up his daughter and carried her upstairs, inadvertently contaminating the crime scene. The medical examiner determined that JonBenet had died from strangulation and had also suffered a severe blow to her head. There was evidence suggesting she may have been sexually assaulted. The brutality of the crime against such a young child shocked investigators and the nation. The case immediately became a media sensation, partly because of JonBenet's involvement in child beauty pageants. Photos and videos of the little girl dressed in elaborate costumes, wearing makeup, and performing on stage were broadcast nationally. Some people were disturbed by the pageant culture and wondered if it had somehow contributed to what happened. Others simply couldn't look away from the tragic story of a beautiful child found dead in her own home. As police investigated, they focused heavily on JonBenet's family. The Boulder Police Department believed someone in the household was responsible for her death. The ransom note, written from inside the home, seemed staged. There were no signs of forced entry. Nothing was actually stolen from the house. The oddly specific ransom amount matching John's bonus seemed too coincidental. Investigators theorized that something had happened in the home that night, possibly an accident or a moment of rage, and that the ransom note had been written to cover it up and make it look like an intruder had taken JonBenet. Patsy Ramsey became a particular focus because handwriting experts said she could not be eliminated as the author of the ransom note. The Ramsey family maintained their innocence from the beginning. They insisted an intruder had entered their home while they slept, attacked JonBenet, and left the ransom note. They pointed out that there was DNA evidence found on JonBenet's clothing that didn't match any family member. They hired lawyers and investigators to help clear their names. Public opinion was deeply divided. Some believed the family was involved and had orchestrated an elaborate cover-up. Others believed an intruder theory made more sense and that the family was being unfairly targeted. The media coverage was relentless, with every detail of the case analyzed and debated endlessly on television and in newspapers. JonBenet's 9-year-old brother Burke was also scrutinized, with some theories suggesting he might have accidentally hurt his sister and the parents covered it up. Burke was interviewed by investigators, but was never charged with anything. Years later, he would sue multiple media outlets for defamation over theories that implicated him. The investigation was plagued with problems from the start. The crime scene had been contaminated when John moved JonBenet's body and when friends were allowed to walk through the house. Evidence collection was not handled properly in some instances. The Boulder Police Department had limited experience with homicide cases and made mistakes that would later be criticized. In 1999, a grand jury heard evidence in the case and voted to indict John and Patsy Ramsey on charges of child abuse resulting in death and being accessories to a crime. However, the district attorney at the time decided there wasn't enough evidence to prosecute and declined to sign the indictment. This decision wasn't publicly known until years later. In 2003, a federal judge reviewing the case concluded that the evidence was more consistent with an intruder theory than with family involvement. New DNA testing technology had become available, and additional testing continued to find DNA from an unknown male on multiple pieces of JonBenét's clothing. In 2006, a man named John Markar confessed to ending JonBenét's life and was arrested in Thailand. The case seemed solved until DNA testing proved Carr could not have been the perpetrator. His DNA didn't match the evidence, and his confession was filled with details that were provably false. He was released, and the case remained unsolved. Patsy Ramsey died of ovarian cancer in 2006, just months before Carr's false confession. She never saw her name officially cleared, though in 2008, the Boulder District Attorney publicly apologized to the Ramsey family, stating that new DNA evidence had convinced prosecutors the family was not involved. The apology was based on advanced DNA testing that found genetic material from an unknown male on multiple pieces of JonBenét's clothing. John Ramsey has spent decades trying to clear his family's name and push for continued investigation of the case. He believes an intruder was responsible and that police made up their minds too early that the family was involved, causing them to miss other leads and suspects. Burke Ramsey has largely stayed out of the public eye, but gave a rare interview in 2016 where he maintained his family had nothing to do with his sister's death. He has filed multiple lawsuits against media personalities and production companies who suggested he was involved. The case remains officially unsolved. The Boulder Police Department says it continues to investigate and follows up on tips and new technology. In recent years, there have been calls to use genealogical DNA databases, similar to what solved other cold cases, to try to identify the unknown male whose DNA was found on JonBenet. JonBenet Ramsey would have been in her 30s today. Instead, her life ended at age 6 in the basement of her own home on Christmas night. Whether she was taken by an intruder or harmed by someone she knew, the truth remains elusive nearly 3 decades later. Her case became a symbol of media sensationalism, flawed investigation, and a lasting pain of unsolved tragedy. A little girl in a tiara became one of America's most famous victims, but justice for JonBenet remains frustratingly out of reach. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a house at the end of a cul-de-sac, about a man who wore the ordinary like armor, and about how small deceptions can grow into something dangerous when people look the other way. In the summer of 1997, in a small town outside Columbus, Ohio, there was a quiet street called Willow Ridge Drive. Lawns were mowed on Saturdays, mailboxes leaned at predictable angles, and children played until dusk. At the very end of the street sat a 2-story brick house with ivy crawling up the north wall. The occupants were a married couple named Paul and Diane Mercer. Paul worked as an accounts manager at a local supply company, and Diane ran a part-time tutoring business out of the spare bedroom. They were the kind of neighbors who attended block parties, brought casseroles to new parents, and smiled politely at passing cars. Paul seemed unremarkable in the best possible way. He arrived at work early, kept his driveway clean, and offered to babysit a neighbor's dog when she went on trips. People trusted him because he gave them nothing to distrust. But over the course of 6 years, that trust became the cover for a pattern of behavior no one noticed until it was far too late. The first disappearance happened in late 1998. A young man named Marcus, who had recently left a halfway house and taken a job at a warehouse down the road, failed to show up for work. Marcus had no close family in town and few friends who stayed in touch. He was last seen walking past a convenience store near Willow Ridge Drive. Neighbors assumed he had moved on. No missing person report was filed. For months, nothing seemed unusual. Then in 2000, a woman named Rosa stopped coming to the morning bookkeeping class Diane ran at the community center. Rosa was new in town and had limited family ties. Diane told classmates that Rosa had found full-time employment and was too busy to attend. Again, nobody pressed the matter. By 2002, rumors began to circulate quietly. A man who had been a transient returned to town and said he remembered Marcus spending evenings on Paul's porch, talking about finding steady work. A teenager recalled seeing a stranger carrying a large duffel bag into the Mercer's house at night. These memories were fragmented and unreliable on their own, easy to dismiss as misremembered details. People in small towns forgive a lot because they prefer harmony to suspicion. What finally moved officials into action was the disappearance of a well-known local teacher named Harold Green in the spring of 2003. Harold had family, a steady schedule, and close friends who would not let his absence be ignored. He missed classes for 2 days, and then his car was found in a supermarket lot with his keys still inside. The school filed a report. Detectives opened an investigation and began tracing Harold's last known movements. Phone records placed Harold near Willow Ridge Drive the night he vanished. A neighbor reported seeing him walk purposefully toward the Mercer's house the evening before he disappeared. That detail drew attention because Harold was known to be cautious and deliberate in his routines. Investigators sought a search warrant for the Mercer's property. Paul and Diane cooperated at first, offering tea and plausible explanations. Their kitchen smelled of cinnamon and coffee, and their living room displayed family photos that showed polite smiles and birthdays celebrated. Under normal circumstances, such a scene would calm any visitor. But detectives discovered things that did not fit the image. In a shed behind the house, they found a stack of photocopied bills in Harold's name dated months after his disappearance. They found a small stack of photographs of other residents who had vanished, worn at the edges as if they had been carried and studied. And in the back garden, beneath a shallow layer of disturbed soil covered by a recent patch of sod, they found personal items linked to multiple missing people. When forensic teams expanded the search, they uncovered evidence that forced a broader inquiry. Items traced to Marcus and Rosa were found in sealed containers in the basement. A ledger documented deposits into a joint account opened by the Mercers that matched benefit payments and pension checks belonging to people who had disappeared. The pattern pointed to exploitation and cover-up, not accidental misfortune. Paul eventually stopped speaking in the polite, practiced way that had once calmed his neighbors. Under sustained questioning, he offered a narrative that mixed neglect with a chilling rationality. He said he had helped people who had nowhere else to go, that he had taken responsibility for their affairs when they drifted, and that he had paid bills and cashed checks to keep their names active so benefits would not lapse. As investigators pressed him about remains and missing persons, he shifted between claiming ignorance and offering explanations that did not stand up to evidence. Diane presented herself as bewildered, someone who had trusted her husband and trusted their home to be a refuge. She said she had been occupied with tutoring and afternoon classes and had not paid attention to the small discrepancies that investigators described. Witnesses later contradicted that account, describing times when Diane collected paperwork for tenants and signed forms on their behalf. The trial that followed revealed how easy it had been for harm to hide behind normalcy. Witnesses testified that the Mercers had positioned themselves as caretakers of people who would otherwise slip through the social safety net. They offered rides, helped fill out applications, and provided a warm place to sleep. For the vulnerable people who came to them, the Mercers felt like a lifeline. But that trust also gave Paul and Diane access to personal information, bank accounts, and the ability to declare someone moved away without anyone contesting it. Psychological experts painted a portrait of Paul as someone who craved control and rationalized exploitation as mercy. He saw himself as manager rather than manipulator, a person arranging the lives of others to suit his own needs. The prosecution argued that his acts went further than bookkeeping errors and neglect. They alleged he had orchestrated disappearances and concealed deaths to secure financial gain and preserve his image as a benevolent neighbor. Diane was portrayed as complicit, whether through active participation or willful blindness. In her defense, she insisted that she had not known the full extent of her husband's actions and that she had believed they were offering help. The jury weighed testimony about bank records, witness statements, and forensic findings, and ultimately the couple were convicted on counts related to fraud, abuse of vulnerable adults, and multiple charges connected to concealment. Sentences varied, but the community understood that the legal outcome could not fully account for the scale of harm. Families of victims who had been transient or estranged learned, often for the first time, that their loved ones had been in this town and in these rooms. The case prompted reform at the county level. Agencies began to require better tracking of residents in boarding situations, and social services implemented cross-checks to ensure benefits and pensions were not redirected without independent verification. Willow Ridge Drive returned to its ordinary rhythms with time, but the memory of the Mercers remained like a shadow on the cul-de-sac. Conversation about trust shifted in subtle ways. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a tragedy that sparked a movement, about a family's unimaginable loss, and about how one child's disappearance changed how America protects its children forever. On the morning of May 25th, 1979, in Lower Manhattan, 6-year-old Etten Patz left his family's apartment to walk 2 blocks to his school bus stop. It was the first time his parents had allowed him to make the short walk alone. Etten was excited about this new independence, wearing his favorite blue captain's hat and carrying $1 to buy soda after school. His mother watched from the fire escape as he walked toward the corner, then went back inside to prepare for her day. Etten never made it to the bus stop. He vanished somewhere along those 2 blocks, disappearing into the crowded streets of New York City without a trace. This is the story of Etten Patz, the 6-year-old boy whose disappearance became one of the most famous missing child cases in American history. For decades, his case remained unsolved, tormenting his family and haunting a nation. His face appeared on milk cartons, creating a new way to spread awareness about missing children. May 25th, the day he disappeared, became National Missing Children's Day. His case changed how parents thought about their children's safety and led to new systems for finding missing kids. In 2012, 33 years after Etten vanished, a man named Pedro Hernandez confessed to ending the child's life, finally providing answers to questions that had tormented a family for over 3 decades. Etten Khalil Patz was born on October 9th, 1972, in Manhattan, New York. He was the middle child of Stan and Julie Patz, growing up in the Soho neighborhood when it was still primarily an industrial area with artist lofts rather than the upscale shopping district it would later become. Etten was described as a bright, friendly child who loved adventure and was eager to grow up and be independent like his older sister. The Patz family lived in a close-knit community where neighbors knew each other and children played together in the streets. This sense of community made the area feel safe, and parents generally felt comfortable allowing their children some independence. The walk to the school bus stop was short, just 2 blocks, and Etten had been begging his parents to let him walk alone like the older kids did. On that Friday morning in May, Julie Patz finally agreed to let Etten make the walk alone. She watched from the fire escape as he headed down Prince Street toward West Broadway, seeing him reach the corner before she went back inside. When Etten did not come home from school that afternoon, Julie initially thought perhaps he had gone to a friend's house. But as hours passed and Etten did not appear, growing panic set in. By evening, the Patz family had contacted police and begun searching the neighborhood. Officers initially treated it as a routine runaway case, suggesting Etten might have wandered off or gotten lost. But Julie and Stan knew immediately that something terrible had happened. Etten was not the type of child to wander away, and he knew their address and phone number. If he were simply lost, he would have asked for help. The search expanded rapidly. Police canvassed the neighborhood, interviewing residents and business owners. Volunteers distributed flyers with Etten's photograph throughout Manhattan. The media picked up the story, and Etten's face began appearing on television news broadcasts. The case captured public attention in ways that missing children cases rarely had before. Investigators pursued countless leads. They searched buildings, questioned potential witnesses, and investigated anyone who might have been in the area that morning. But no solid evidence emerged. Etten had simply vanished, leaving no trace. Without witnesses, physical evidence, or any clear indication of what had happened, the investigation stalled. One person who was questioned early in the investigation was Pedro Hernandez, a 19-year-old who worked at a bodega on the route Etten would have walked to the bus stop. Pedro told police he had been at work that morning and had seen nothing unusual. Investigators had no reason to focus on him specifically, and he was just one of many people interviewed during the massive canvass of the neighborhood. Years passed with no breaks in the case. The Pats family never moved from their Soho apartment, maintaining the same phone number in case Eden tried to contact them. They kept his room exactly as it had been the morning he disappeared. Stan and Julie became advocates for missing children, working to change laws and improve systems for finding missing kids. Eden's case became a symbol of the missing children crisis in America. His photograph appeared on milk cartons beginning in the early 1980s, a practice that spread nationwide and brought awareness to thousands of missing children cases. In 1983, President Reagan designated May 25th as National Missing Children's Day in Eden's honor. The case prompted changes in how law enforcement handles missing children reports and led to better coordination between agencies. In 2012, 33 years after Eden's disappearance, the case suddenly broke open. Pedro Hernandez, now 51 years old and living in New Jersey, told family members and others that he had done something terrible years ago. Someone who heard these statements contacted authorities, and investigators began looking at Pedro with fresh attention. When questioned by police, Pedro confessed. He said that on the morning of May 25th, 1979, he had been working at the bodega when Eden came in or passed by. Pedro, who was 19 at the time and struggling with his own issues, had lured Eden into the basement of the store with the promise of a soda. Once in the basement, Pedro had strangled the child, then placed his body in a bag and disposed of it with the trash. He claimed he had carried this secret for over 3 decades, the guilt consuming him. Pedro's confession was detailed and included information that seemed to match the case. However, there were complications. Pedro had a history of mental health issues and had made false confessions to other crimes in the past. There was no physical evidence to corroborate his account, as Eden's body was never recovered. The basement where Pedro claimed the crime occurred had been renovated multiple times over 33 years. Pedro was arrested and charged. His case went to trial in 2015, but the jury could not reach a unanimous verdict, resulting in a mistrial. Prosecutors tried him again in 2017. This time, the jury convicted Pedro of taking Eden's life, finding his confession credible despite the lack of physical evidence. On April 18, 2017, Pedro Hernandez was sentenced to 25 years to life in prison. The conviction brought some measure of closure to the Pats family, though Stan and Julie made clear that nothing could truly close the wound of losing their son. They had lived for 38 years not knowing what had happened to Eden, hoping he might somehow still be alive while fearing the worst. Pedro's confession and conviction confirmed their worst fears, but also answered the terrible question that had haunted them for decades. Eden Pats was 6 years old when he vanished on a spring morning in 1979. He was excited about walking to the bus stop alone, proud of his growing independence, looking forward to buying a soda and going to school. Instead, he encountered someone who took advantage of his trust and innocence, ending his life and hiding the crime. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a healer who became a hunter, about trust betrayed in the most sacred way, and about how someone sworn to preserve life chose instead to end it. In the hospitals of New Jersey and Pennsylvania during the late 1980s and early 1990s, patients who should have been recovering were experiencing sudden cardiac arrests at alarming rates. Medical staff noticed that these emergencies seemed to cluster during certain shifts, but the pattern was difficult to identify clearly. When someone finally connected the deaths to one particular nurse, the scope of the tragedy became clear. This is the story of Charles Cullen, a nurse who ended the lives of dozens of patients over 16 years. Between 1988 and 2003, he worked at 9 different healthcare facilities, administering lethal doses of medications to vulnerable patients in his care. He was fired from multiple positions when suspicions arose, but hospitals quietly let him go rather than report him, allowing him to find new employment and continue harming patients. His arrest in 2003 exposed not just his crimes, but a healthcare system that had failed catastrophically to protect patients from a predator in scrubs. Charles Edmund Cullen was born on February 22, 1960, in West Orange, New Jersey. His early life was marked by loss and instability. His father passed away when Charles was only 7 months old. His mother struggled to raise 9 children alone, and Charles received little individual attention or emotional support. He grew up feeling invisible and unimportant. Charles was a withdrawn, lonely child who showed signs of depression from an early age. When he was 17, his mother passed away in a car accident, leaving him feeling completely alone. He attempted to end his own life multiple times during his teenage years, but the interventions were brief and ineffective. He joined the Navy after high school, but his mental health continued to deteriorate. He attempted self-harm multiple times while in service and was eventually discharged. After leaving the Navy, Charles decided to become a nurse. He entered nursing school in the mid-1980s, and despite his psychological problems, he completed the program and received his license in 1987. He was technically competent, but showed little warmth with patients. Colleagues found him odd and distant, but his skills were adequate. Charles began working at St. Barnabas Medical Center in New Jersey in 1987. Within months, patients on his shifts began passing away unexpectedly. Elderly patients who had been stable would suddenly experience cardiac arrest. Medical staff noticed the pattern, but hospital administrators did not investigate thoroughly. When concerns were raised, they simply terminated Charles's employment and gave him neutral references. This became a pattern that repeated for 16 years. Charles would work at a hospital for months or years. Patients would pass away at suspicious rates during his shifts. Administrators would become concerned and terminate him, and he would immediately find work at another facility. No one reported him to authorities or the state nursing board. Charles's method was consistent. He would access medication storage areas and obtain drugs like digoxin and insulin. He would then administer lethal doses to patients through their intravenous lines, usually when no one else was around. The patients would go into cardiac arrest or experience fatal complications. Because many were elderly or already ill, the passings often seemed natural initially. He targeted patients seemingly at random. Some were terminally ill, but many were recovering and expected to go home. When later asked why he did it, Charles gave vague explanations about ending suffering, but evidence showed many victims were not suffering at all. Psychiatrists who evaluated him believed he harmed others primarily to feel a sense of power and control over life and death. Between 1988 and 2003, Charles worked at 9 different medical facilities. Everywhere he went, mortality rates increased dramatically. But it was not until 2003 that decisive action was finally taken. At Somerset Medical Center in New Jersey, several nurses noticed the pattern and reported their concerns to hospital administration. When administrators were slow to act, the nurses contacted authorities directly. Investigators obtained medication access records showing Charles had been accessing drugs far more frequently than his patient assignments required. Toxicology tests on recently deceased patients revealed lethal levels of digoxin and other medications. The evidence was overwhelming. Charles Cullen was arrested on December 12, 2003. During questioning, he eventually confessed to ending the lives of patients at multiple facilities over 16 years. He admitted to at least 40 cases, but investigators believe the true number may exceed 400. His trial revealed the full extent of the institutional failures that had allowed him to continue harming patients for so long. Hospitals had protected themselves rather than reporting a dangerous employee. No system existed to track suspicious patterns across different facilities or flag healthcare workers who moved frequently after patient incidents. Charles pleaded guilty in 2004 to avoid the death penalty. He was convicted of taking the lives of 29 patients and attempting to harm 2 others. He was sentenced to multiple consecutive life terms totaling 397 years without possibility of parole. During sentencing, families of victims spoke about their loved ones who had trusted Charles to care for them. Many expressed anger not just at Charles, but at the healthcare system that had enabled him for so long. His case led to significant reforms, including better medication tracking systems, mandatory reporting requirements for suspicious patterns, and databases to flag problematic healthcare workers across facilities. But these changes came too late for his many victims. Charles Cullen remains imprisoned in New Jersey, now in his 60s. He has given occasional interviews, but shows no genuine remorse. He speaks about his actions in detached terms, as if discussing someone else's crimes. His story stands as a dark reminder that predators can exist in any profession, even those dedicated to healing. It revealed how institutional self-protection can enable ongoing harm, and how those who should be most trusted can sometimes be the most dangerous. Charles Cullen transformed healing hands into instruments of death, and a healthcare system more concerned with reputation than patient safety allowed him to continue for 16 years, while dozens of vulnerable people paid with their lives. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about greed disguised as care, about a man who exploited the most vulnerable, and about how trust placed in medical professionals can become a weapon in the wrong hands. In the healthcare facilities of Ohio and Kentucky during the 1980s, a respiratory therapist was moving quietly through intensive care units in the early morning hours. He was trusted, credentialed, and seemed dedicated to his work. But Donald Harvey was using his access to vulnerable patients to commit crimes that would eventually earn him the grim title of one of America's most prolific medical murderers. This is the story of Donald Harvey, who between 1970 and 1987 ended the lives of at least 37 patients in his care, though he confessed to 87 cases across multiple hospitals. He used various methods, including administering toxic substances, tampering with medical equipment, and introducing contaminants into feeding tubes. His crimes went undetected for 17 years as he moved between facilities, his victims' passings attributed to their underlying medical conditions. His capture in 1987 exposed catastrophic failures in hospital oversight and patient safety protocols. Donald Harvey was born on April 15, 1952, in Butler County, Ohio. His childhood was troubled, marked by alleged abuse that he later claimed shaped his psychology. He struggled in school and had difficulty maintaining relationships. He was quiet and withdrawn, showing little emotion or connection to others around him. Harvey dropped out of high school and joined the Air Force, but his military career was brief. He received a medical discharge after attempting self-harm and showing signs of psychological distress. He returned to Ohio and drifted through various jobs before finding work in healthcare, first as an orderly and later training as a respiratory therapist. Harvey began working at Marymount Hospital in Kentucky in 1970 when he was just 18 years old. Within months of starting this job, patients began experiencing unexpected complications and passings. Harvey later confessed that he ended the lives of at least 15 patients during his time at Marymount, using various methods including smothering and introducing substances into their systems. His stated motivation varied. Sometimes he claimed he was providing mercy to suffering patients. Other times he admitted he killed because patients were difficult or because he was bored. Psychological evaluations would later reveal he derived satisfaction from having power over life and situations, and that he showed classic signs of severe personality disorders. Harvey moved to Cincinnati and found work at the VA Medical Center, where he worked from 1975 to 1985. During this decade, he continued his pattern, ending the lives of numerous patients. He became more sophisticated in his methods, using substances that were difficult to detect and varying his approaches to avoid pattern recognition. He administered cyanide, arsenic, and other toxic materials. He tampered with medical equipment and contaminated feeding systems. The victims were primarily elderly veterans receiving care for serious medical conditions. When they experienced complications or passed away, staff attributed it to their underlying health problems. Harvey was careful to target patients whose conditions made sudden decline plausible. He kept detailed mental records of his activities, but left no written evidence that might incriminate him. Hospital staff never suspected Harvey during his decade at the VA facility. He was seen as a competent, reliable employee who showed up for shifts and did his work. He was quiet and unremarkable, the kind of person who blended into the background. This invisibility allowed him to continue his activities undetected year after year. In 1985, Harvey moved to Drake Hospital in Cincinnati, where he worked in the cardiac care unit. He continued his pattern of harming patients, but here his activities would finally be discovered. In March 1987, a patient named John Powell passed away unexpectedly. Powell's family insisted on an autopsy despite doctors attributing the passing to natural causes. The autopsy revealed high levels of cyanide in Powell's system. This discovery prompted investigation into other recent passings at Drake Hospital. Authorities began examining patterns and discovered suspicious circumstances in multiple cases. When investigators looked into who had access to all the affected patients, Harvey emerged as the common factor. Harvey was questioned by police in March 1987. Initially, he denied involvement, but when confronted with evidence, he began confessing. What started as admission to one or two cases expanded into a detailed confession spanning 17 years and multiple facilities. Harvey provided information about dozens of victims, describing methods and motivations with disturbing casualness. Authorities were shocked by the scope of his admissions. Harvey confessed to ending the lives of patients at multiple hospitals where he had worked. He described using cyanide, arsenic, contaminated solutions, and other methods. He admitted that some victims had been suffering, and he claimed to provide mercy, but many were not terminally ill and could have recovered with proper care. Harvey's trial in 1987 resulted in multiple convictions. Rather than face potential death sentences in Kentucky for murders committed there, he agreed to plead guilty to Ohio charges in exchange for life sentences. He was convicted of 37 cases in Ohio and received multiple consecutive life sentences, ensuring he would never be released. During sentencing, families of victims expressed their anguish at learning their loved ones have been intentionally harmed by someone entrusted with their care. Many have been told their family members passed from natural disease progression, never suspecting foul play until Harvey's confession revealed the truth. The Harvey case exposed serious gaps in hospital safety protocols. There were insufficient controls on access to dangerous substances, inadequate monitoring of patient outcomes by individual staff members, and poor coordination between facilities regarding problem employees. Hospitals had no system for tracking suspicious patterns across institutions. Following Harvey's conviction, healthcare facilities implemented significant reforms. These included better medication security, enhanced monitoring of patient outcomes, systematic review of unexpected complications, and databases to track concerning patterns across multiple employers. These changes came too late for Harvey's victims, but helped protect future patients. Donald Harvey remained imprisoned in Ohio until March 30th, 2017, when he was attacked and fatally injured by another inmate. He was 64 years old. He had spent 30 years in prison, longer than his 17-year career as a healthcare worker who betrayed every principle of his profession. His case stands as a dark reminder that predators can infiltrate helping professions, that trust can be exploited, and that vulnerable patients depend on systems that must be constantly vigilant to protect them from those who see caregiving not as a calling, but as an opportunity to satisfy pathological needs for power and control. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about ambition twisted into violence, about a woman who wanted fame at any cost, and about how desperation for recognition can transform into murderous rage. In the glittering world of professional figure skating, where athletes dedicate their lives to perfection and competition is fierce, a rivalry was escalating beyond normal bounds. Two skaters were competing for spots on the 1994 U.S. Olympic team, but one was willing to cross lines that should never be crossed to eliminate her competition. What followed would become one of the most infamous attacks in sports history. This is the story of Tanya Harding and the attack on Nancy Kerrigan. On January 6, 1994, as Nancy practiced at a skating rink in Detroit, a man approached her after she left the ice and struck her knee with a metal baton. The attack was designed to injure her badly enough to force her withdrawal from the upcoming national championships and Olympic trials. The assailant was hired by Tanya's ex-husband Jeff Gillooly and her bodyguard Sean Eckhart, and evidence suggested Tanya knew about and approved the plan. The attack failed to end Nancy's career, but it ended Tanya's, destroyed reputations, and revealed how far some will go to achieve their dreams. Tanya Maxine Harding was born on November 12, 1970, in Portland, Oregon. Her childhood was marked by poverty and abuse that shaped her aggressive, combative personality. Her mother, Lavana, was brutal, physically and emotionally abusing Tanya throughout her childhood. She would beat her daughter, mock her appearance, and push her relentlessly in skating while never offering praise or affection. Tanya's family was poor, struggling to afford skating lessons and equipment. This made her an outsider in the elite world of figure skating, where most competitors came from wealthy families who could afford the best coaches and training. Tanya wore homemade costumes while her competitors wore expensive designer outfits. She felt judged and dismissed by skating officials who valued elegance and refinement, qualities Tanya's rough background had not provided. But Tanya had undeniable athletic ability. She was powerful and aggressive, landing jumps other female skaters could not. In 1991, she became the first American woman to land a triple axel in competition, a feat requiring tremendous strength and technical skill. This should have made her a star, but judges consistently scored her lower than competitors with more polished presentations. Tanya's personal life was chaotic. She married Jeff Gillooly when she was 19, beginning a volatile relationship marked by domestic violence. Jeff was controlling and abusive, and Tanya was trapped in a cycle she did not know how to escape. The abuse she had experienced from her mother had normalized violence in relationships. By 1993, Tanya's skating career was declining. She was 23, old for a figure skater, and her technical skills were offset by presentation scores that judges kept artificially low. Meanwhile, Nancy Kerrigan was emerging as America's skating sweetheart. Nancy was elegant, beautiful, and came from a working-class background that made her relatable. She was everything Tanya was not, and she was winning. Tanya became obsessed with Nancy, seeing her as the obstacle between herself and Olympic glory. In Tanya's mind, if Nancy were eliminated, she would make the Olympic team and finally receive the recognition she deserved. This obsession transformed into a conspiracy to injure Nancy badly enough to force her withdrawal from competition. Tanya's ex-husband Jeff and her bodyguard Sean began planning the attack in late 1993. They hired Shane Stant to carry out the assault and Derek Smith to drive the getaway car. The plan was crude but effective. Wait for Nancy to finish practice, approach her when she was vulnerable, and strike her knee hard enough to cause serious injury. On January 6, 1994, at the Cobo Arena in Detroit, Shane Stant waited for Nancy to finish practicing. As she walked through a corridor talking to her father, Shane rushed up and struck her right knee with a metal baton. He fled before anyone could stop him. Nancy collapsed, crying in pain and confusion, repeatedly asking why someone would do this to her. The attack made international headlines immediately. Nancy was America's sweetheart, and the brutal assault shocked the sports world. Investigators began working to identify the assailant and determine if this was a random attack or something more sinister. Within days, the conspiracy unraveled. Sean Eckhart, Tanya's bodyguard, began talking to people about his involvement, unable to resist bragging about the crime. Investigators traced phone records connecting Tanya's camp to the attacker. Jeff, Sean, Shane, and Derek were all arrested and confessed, each implicating the others. The question became, what did Tanya know and when did she know it? Evidence suggested she knew about the attack beforehand and may have helped plan it, though she denied this. After the attack, she definitely knew who was responsible, but said nothing to authorities, making her complicit even if she had not initiated the plan. Nancy recovered more quickly than expected. Her knee was bruised, but not permanently damaged. She competed at the national championships in February and placed second. Tanya won the event, but the victory was overshadowed by the investigation. Both were named to the Olympic team, setting up a dramatic confrontation in Lillehammer, Norway. At the 1994 Winter Olympics, the focus was on Tanya and Nancy rather than the competition itself. Nancy skated beautifully and won the silver medal. Tanya's performance was disastrous, hampered by equipment problems and the pressure of a scandal. She finished 8th. After the Olympics, Tanya pleaded guilty to conspiring to hinder prosecution for not reporting what she knew about the attack. She received 3 years probation, was fined, and was banned for life from competitive figure skating. Her accomplices received prison sentences ranging from 18 months to 2 years. Nancy continued skating professionally and became a commentator and analyst. Her career recovered, though the attack remains the event most associated with her name. Tanya's life after skating was troubled, marked by various attempts to achieve fame through boxing, reality television, and other ventures. The attack on Nancy Kerrigan stands as one of sport's most shocking moments, revealing how far ambition can push people beyond moral boundaries. Tanya Harding destroyed her own career and reputation in an attempt to eliminate competition, proving that sometimes the most dangerous opponent is not the one across the ice, but the desperation and rage within yourself that convinces you violence is the answer to your problems. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who lived in a quiet suburb of Denver, Colorado, a man who worked as an airline mechanic, who attended church regularly, and who is known among neighbors as polite, soft-spoken, and dependable. His name was Harold Henthorne, and for years he built a life that appeared stable and ordinary. He lived with his wife Toni and their young daughter in a comfortable home surrounded by trees and quiet streets. He drove his daughter to school, went grocery shopping, and carried out the routines of suburban life without attracting suspicion. But hidden behind that calm routine was a pattern of events that investigators would later examine with growing concern, events that began years earlier with another death that had been ruled an accident. Harold Henthorne had been married before. His first wife, Lynn Henthorne, died in 1995. According to Harold, they had been changing a tire on a remote road when the car slipped off its jack and crushed her beneath it. Emergency responders arrived, but Lynn was already dead. The incident was investigated at the time, and although there were questions about the unusual circumstances, it was ultimately ruled an accident. Harold received life insurance money following her death, and over time, the case faded into the background. Years later, Harold married again. His second wife, Toni Henthorne, was intelligent, kind, and devoted to their family. She worked as an ophthalmologist and contributed significantly to their financial stability. Together, they raised their daughter and appeared to live a peaceful life. On September 29, 2012, Harold and Toni decided to celebrate their 12th wedding anniversary with a trip to Rocky Mountain National Park. It was a clear autumn day. The park's trails were filled with hikers enjoying the scenery, the changing leaves, and the cool mountain air. Harold and Toni set out on a trail near a scenic overlook, walking together along a narrow path that wound through rocky terrain. At some point during the hike, Toni fell from a cliff. She plunged approximately 140 feet down a steep slope, striking rocks below. Harold called emergency services, reporting that his wife had fallen accidentally. Rescue teams responded quickly, but Toni had suffered fatal injuries. At first, the incident appeared to be a tragic accident. Mountain trails can be dangerous. Falls occur unexpectedly. Investigators documented the scene, interviewed Harold, and reviewed the circumstances. Harold explained that Toni had walked ahead of him and slipped. But as investigators examined the details more closely, questions began to emerge. Harold had chosen a remote trail that was not commonly used. He had taken Toni to an isolated area away from other hikers. Witnesses later reported seeing the couple arguing earlier in the day. Investigators also discovered that Harold had taken photographs of the cliff shortly before the fall. These details raised suspicion. The investigation expanded. Authorities examined Harold's financial records. They discovered that he had taken out multiple life insurance policies on Toni, totaling more than $4 million. This discovery was significant. Financial motive is often a key factor in homicide investigations. Investigators then revisited the death of Harold's first wife, Lynn. They re-examined the evidence from 1995. They found similarities between the two deaths. Both occurred in isolated locations. Both involved unusual accidents. Both resulted in insurance payouts to Harold. Forensic experts analyzed the timeline of events. They examined Harold's phone records, internet searches, and movements. They discovered that he had researched remote locations and methods of causing fatal accidents. In 2014, Harold Henthorne was arrested and charged with first-degree murder in the death of Tony Henthorne. During the trial, prosecutors presented detailed evidence showing that Harold had carefully planned the trip to Rocky Mountain National Park. They argued that he had intentionally pushed Tony from the cliff to collect insurance money. They also presented evidence suggesting that Lynn's death in 1995 had not been accidental. The defense argued that Tony's death was a tragic accident and that Harold had no reason to harm his wife. But the jury examined the evidence carefully. They considered the insurance policies, the location of the fall, the similarities between the two deaths, and Harold's actions before and after the incident. In 2015, Harold Henthorne was found guilty of first-degree murder. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. The case demonstrated how crimes staged as accidents can initially avoid detection, how financial motive can drive calculated actions, and how investigators can uncover truth by re-examining earlier events in light of new evidence. For years, Harold Henthorne lived as a husband, father, and neighbor, someone who appeared ordinary to those around him. But hidden behind that ordinary life was a pattern of carefully constructed accidents, events designed to appear natural while concealing deliberate intent, revealed only after investigators connected the evidence and reconstructed the truth piece by piece. I'm going to tell you a story about a woman who vanished from her apartment in Japan, leaving behind no signs of struggle, no clear evidence of violence, and no explanation for why she would suddenly abandon her life. Her name was Yasuko Watanabe, and in the summer of 1997, she was 27 years old, working as an office employee in Tokyo. She lived alone in a small apartment in Edagawa, a quiet residential district filled with narrow streets, convenience stores, and apartment blocks stacked closely together. Her life was stable. She had a steady job, close family ties, and a routine that rarely changed. She spoke regularly with her parents, visited them often, and maintained friendships with coworkers. On the evening of August 24th, 1997, Yasuko returned home after finishing her workday. She spoke briefly with her mother on the phone. Nothing in her voice suggested distress or fear. It was an ordinary conversation. She mentioned her plans for the coming days. She told her mother she would visit soon. It was the last time her family would ever hear her voice. When Yasuko failed to appear at work the next morning, her employer became concerned. She was reliable and punctual. Absence without notice was unusual. Her co-workers attempted to contact her. There was no response. Calls went unanswered. Her family contacted police. Investigators entered her apartment and immediately noticed something unsettling. Her belongings were still there. Her purse, identification, and personal items had not been taken. There were no signs she had packed or planned to travel. But there was also no obvious sign of forced entry. The apartment looked quiet, undisturbed, frozen at the moment she had last occupied it. It was as if she had simply disappeared. Police began interviewing neighbors. Some reported hearing faint sounds late at night, but nothing clearly identifiable as violence. Others had seen nothing unusual. In densely populated apartment complexes, people often live close together while remaining strangers. Investigators expanded their search. They examined phone records. They tracked her movements on her final day. They questioned coworkers, friends, and acquaintances. No one reported conflict or threats. No clear suspect emerged. Days passed, then weeks. The case remained unsolved, but investigators continued examining evidence. Months later, forensic testing revealed traces of Yasuko's blood inside her apartment. The amount was small, but it confirmed she had been injured inside her home. This discovery changed the case from a missing persons investigation to a homicide investigation. Attention turned toward individuals who had access to her building. Among them was a man named Hiroshi Miu. Miu lived nearby and had a criminal history. He had committed violent offenses in the past. Investigators questioned him, but at the time, they lacked sufficient evidence to charge him with Yasuko's murder. Years passed. The case remained open. Then, in 2009, Hiroshi Miu was arrested for unrelated murders. During interrogation, he confessed to multiple killings. He described targeting victims, restraining them, and disposing of their bodies in ways designed to prevent discovery. Eventually, he confessed to killing Yasuko Watanabe. He described entering her apartment, attacking her, and killing her. He admitted to disposing of her body in a remote area, ensuring it would not be found. His confession confirmed what investigators had suspected for years. Hiroshi Miu was convicted and sentenced to death in Japan. Yasuko's body was never recovered. Her family lived for over a decade without knowing what had happened. They experienced years of uncertainty, hoping for answers that never came until Miu's confession. The case demonstrated how crimes can remain unresolved for years, hidden behind absence of physical evidence and lack of witnesses. It showed how persistence, forensic science, and continued investigation can eventually uncover truth even after long periods of silence. The apartment where Yasuko lived eventually became occupied by new tenants. The neighborhood continued its routines. People walked the same streets, visited the same stores, and lived their lives unaware of the events that had unfolded years earlier. But for investigators and her family, the case remained a reminder of how quickly ordinary life can be interrupted, and how answers sometimes emerge only after time, patience, and the eventual confession of someone who had believed their crime would remain hidden forever. I'm going to tell you a story about a woman who lived in a quiet suburban neighborhood in Missouri. A woman who raised 4 children, attended church regularly, and appeared to live the life of a devoted mother and wife. Her name was Pam Hupp, and for years she existed within a routine that looked stable and familiar to everyone around her. She lived in O'Fallon, a growing suburb outside St. Louis, where streets were lined with similar houses, neighbors waved politely, and daily life moved with predictable calm. She was known as talkative, sometimes intense, but never someone people associated with violence. She drove her car to run errands, visited friends, and maintained the outward image of an ordinary suburban parent. But beneath that routine, investigators would eventually uncover a chain of events that began with a single death and slowly unraveled into one of the most disturbing and complicated criminal cases in Missouri's modern history. In December 2011, Pam Hupp's close friend, Betsy Faria, was diagnosed with terminal cancer. Betsy was married to Russ Faria, a man who cared for her during her illness. Their lives revolved around medical treatments, doctor visits, and preparing emotionally for the reality of her declining health. Pam Hupp had become closely involved in Betsy's life during this period. She drove her to appointments. She spent time at her home. She helped with errands. She appeared to be a loyal and supportive friend. On the night of December 27, 2011, Betsy Faria was at home. Russ had left earlier to meet friends. When he returned that evening, he found Betsy dead on the floor. She had been stabbed multiple times. The crime scene was violent. There were no signs of forced entry. The home showed evidence of a struggle. Police arrived and began documenting the scene carefully. Their attention quickly turned toward Russ Faria. He was the husband. He had been present earlier in the evening. In many homicide cases, investigators first examined those closest to the victim. Russ Faria insisted he was innocent. He explained that he had been with friends during the time of the murder. Several witnesses confirmed his presence at another location. Phone records and timestamps supported his alibi. Despite this, investigators focused heavily on him. Prosecutors argued that inconsistencies in his behavior and circumstantial evidence pointed toward guilt. Pam Hupp played a significant role in the investigation. She told police that Betsy had been afraid of Russ. She claimed Betsy had expressed fear about her marriage. These statements influenced investigators' perception of the case. In 2013, Russ Faria was tried and convicted of Betsy's murder. He was sentenced to life in prison. But the story did not end there. During the investigation, detectives discovered that Betsy had changed her life insurance policy shortly before her death. Instead of naming her husband as beneficiary, she named Pam Hupp. Pam received $150,000. This fact raised serious questions. Why would Betsy name her friend instead of her husband? Why would Pam benefit financially from Betsy's death? Despite these questions, no charges were filed against Pam at the time. Then, in August 2016, another shocking event occurred. A man named Louis Gumpenberger was found dead in Pam Hupp's home. He had been shot. Pam called police and claimed he had attacked her. She told investigators that he was an intruder who intended to harm her. But as investigators examined the evidence, inconsistencies appeared. Surveillance footage and witness accounts revealed that Pam had driven to another area earlier that day. She had encountered Louis, a man with disabilities, and offered him money to participate in what she described as a television reenactment of a 911 call. She gave him written instructions. She brought him to her home. Investigators concluded that the encounter had been staged. Pam was arrested and charged with Louis Gumpenberger's murder. During interrogation and investigation, authorities began re-examining Betsy Faria's death. The financial motive, Pam's inconsistent statements, and her involvement in Louis's murder created a clear pattern. In 2019, Russ Faria's conviction was overturned after years of appeals. He was released from prison after serving nearly 6 years for a crime he did not commit. In 2021, Pam Hupp was formally charged with Betsy Faria's murder. Faced with overwhelming evidence, Pam pleaded guilty in 2023. She was sentenced to life in prison without parole. The case revealed a calculated sequence of deception. Investigators concluded that Pam had murdered Betsy to obtain the insurance money and had later murdered Louis in an attempt to create a false narrative that would protect herself from suspicion. What makes this case especially disturbing is the length of time it took for the truth to emerge. An innocent man spent years in prison while the real killer remained free. The evidence existed, but it took persistence, appeals, and new investigation to bring it fully into focus. Today, Pam Hupp remains incarcerated. The suburban home where Betsy lived has long since returned to quiet normalcy. The streets of O'Fallon remain calm, but the case stands as a reminder of how deception, financial motive, and manipulation can exist beneath ordinary lives, hidden behind familiar routines, until careful investigation reveals the truth piece by piece, restoring justice years after it was first lost. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who lived in a quiet suburb of Adelaide, Australia, a man who worked steady jobs, attended family gatherings, and maintained relationships that appeared normal to everyone around him. His name was Derek Percy, and for most of his life, he existed without attracting serious suspicion. He did not stand out in public. He was not known for violence. He moved through daily routines like millions of others, unnoticed and unremarkable. But in 1969, a single crime would change everything. And over the decades that followed, investigators would come to believe that the full truth about Derek Percy extended far beyond that one day. Derek Percy was born in 1948 and grew up in South Australia. His childhood appeared relatively ordinary. He attended school, lived with his family, and entered adulthood without any criminal record that suggested extreme violence. By his early 20s, he had begun establishing independence. He married young, and like many people his age, he focused on work and building a future. To neighbors and co-workers, he seemed quiet, but not alarming. On September 26, 1969, in the coastal suburb of Glenelg, a young girl named Suzanne Armstrong disappeared. Suzanne was 12 years old. She had spent the day at Glenelg Beach, a popular seaside location filled with families, swimmers, and tourists. It was a warm day. The beach was busy. Children played in the sand. People walked along the shoreline. Suzanne had been swimming and relaxing like everyone else. At some point during the afternoon, she left the beach area and began walking toward home. She never arrived. When Suzanne did not return, her family immediately became concerned. They contacted police, who launched a search of the surrounding area. Officers canvassed neighborhoods, interviewed witnesses, and searched streets and alleys. Within hours, Suzanne's body was discovered in nearby sand dunes. The discovery shocked the community. Investigators determined that Suzanne had been murdered. The crime scene indicated deliberate violence. Police began searching for anyone who had been in the area at the time. Witnesses reported seeing Suzanne walking near the dunes. Some described a man nearby, though descriptions were limited. Attention quickly turned to Derek Percy. He had been seen in the Glenelg area that day. Police brought him in for questioning. During interrogation, Percy gave inconsistent statements. He changed details. He appeared nervous. Eventually, he confessed to killing Suzanne Armstrong. But soon afterward, he retracted his confession. He claimed he had been pressured into admitting something he did not do. This created immediate legal complications. Investigators examined physical evidence carefully. They reviewed witness statements, forensic findings, and Percy's own admissions. In 1970, Derek Percy was charged and brought to trial. The prosecution presented his confession as key evidence. They presented witness testimony placing him near the scene. They presented forensic findings consistent with his involvement. The defense argued that his confession was unreliable, obtained under pressure, and not supported by sufficient physical evidence. After deliberation, the jury found Percy not guilty of murder by reason of insanity. This verdict meant the court accepted that he had committed the act, but was mentally unfit to be held criminally responsible in the traditional sense. Instead of prison, Percy was committed to a secure psychiatric facility. He would never be released. Over the years that followed, investigators began reviewing other unsolved murders involving young victims across Australia. Some similarities emerged. Victims disappeared under similar circumstances. Locations shared geographic proximity. Timelines occasionally aligned with Percy's known movements. Percy himself made statements over the years that increased suspicion. He hinted at involvement in additional crimes, but never provided full confessions that could lead to formal charges. Some investigators came to believe that Suzanne Armstrong was not his only victim. Because he was already confined indefinitely, proving additional crimes became legally complex. Without physical evidence linking him directly to other murders, prosecutors could not proceed with new charges. But the suspicion remained. Psychiatrists who evaluated Percy described him as manipulative and emotionally detached. He displayed limited empathy. He understood the seriousness of his actions, but did not express genuine remorse. He remained confined in psychiatric custody for decades. Derek Percy died in custody in 2013 at the age of 64. He had spent 43 years confined, one of the longest periods of psychiatric detention in Australian history. At the time of his death, he remained a prime suspect in multiple unsolved child murders, though he was never formally convicted of those additional crimes. The case of Suzanne Armstrong remained his only legally resolved offense. What makes this story especially disturbing is the uncertainty that surrounds the full extent of his actions. Investigators believed there was more they could never fully prove. Evidence degraded over time. Witnesses aged or passed away. Physical traces disappeared. The beach at Glenelg returned to normal long ago. Families continued to visit. Children played in the sand. The dunes where Suzanne Armstrong was found became just another part of the landscape. But the investigation left a permanent mark on Australian criminal history. It demonstrated how a single crime can expose deeper patterns, how psychiatric confinement can replace traditional sentencing, and how some truths remain incomplete, shaped by evidence that exists alongside questions that may never be fully answered. I'm going to tell you about a man who wore a police uniform, who carried a badge issued by one of the most recognized law enforcement agencies in the world, and who used that badge not only as identification, but as a shield. His name was Wayne Couzens, and for years he worked as a serving officer within London's Metropolitan Police Service, assigned at one point to a unit responsible for diplomatic protection. On the surface, he was another uniformed presence on the streets of the United Kingdom, a man entrusted with authority, trained in procedure, and empowered to detain citizens when necessary. Beneath that authority, however, was a pattern of behavior that would ultimately lead to one of the most widely discussed criminal cases in modern British history. Wayne Couzens was born in 1972 in Kent, England. Before joining the Metropolitan Police, he worked in various security-related roles, including positions within other police forces. By 2018, he had become a firearms officer within the Parliamentary and Diplomatic Protection Command. This role involved guarding embassies and government buildings, and it carried both status and responsibility. Colleagues described him as quiet and unremarkable, someone who blended into the background rather than stood out. There were no public indications that he would become the subject of national outrage. On the evening of March 3rd, 2021, Sarah Everard, a 33-year-old marketing executive, left a friend's house in Clapham, South London, and began walking home. It was a familiar route along well-lit main roads. Surveillance cameras later captured her moving calmly along the pavement. At approximately 9:30 p.m., she encountered Wayne Couzens. He was off duty but carrying his police warrant card. Using the authority of his position, he falsely arrested her under the pretense of enforcing COVID-19 lockdown regulations, which were in place at the time. Witnesses later reported seeing a woman standing beside a car with hazard lights flashing, speaking to a man who appeared to be conducting an arrest. Because he presented himself as a police officer, the situation did not immediately raise alarm. Sarah Everard was placed into Couzens' vehicle. In the days that followed, her disappearance triggered a large-scale missing persons investigation. The Metropolitan Police reviewed CCTV footage across South London, tracing her last known movements. Video evidence eventually showed Couzens' rented car traveling from London toward Kent. Automatic number plate recognition systems identified the vehicle's route. Detectives began focusing on the registered driver. On March 9, 2021, Wayne Couzens was arrested at his home in Kent. Search teams later discovered Sarah Everard's remains in woodland near Ashford, Kent. Forensic analysis linked the crime scene and the vehicle to Couzens. Digital data, including phone records and surveillance footage, established a detailed timeline. Evidence showed premeditation, including the rental of the vehicle and steps taken to conceal his actions. In July 2021, Wayne Couzens pleaded guilty to kidnapping, rape, and murder. During sentencing, the court described his conduct as a grave abuse of power. He was given a whole life order, meaning he will spend the rest of his life in prison without the possibility of parole, one of the most severe penalties available under UK law. The case had national consequences beyond the courtroom. Public trust in policing was shaken, particularly among women who expressed fear about personal safety and concerns about misuse of authority. Vigils held in Sarah Everard's memory drew thousands. Independent reviews were launched into police vetting procedures, internal misconduct reporting, and institutional culture. Questions emerged regarding earlier allegations of inappropriate behavior that had not resulted in decisive action. Investigations revealed that Couzens had previously been accused of indecent exposure, though those incidents had not prevented his continued service. The case prompted renewed examination of how complaints against officers are handled and how warning signs are assessed within law enforcement institutions. Today, Wayne Couzens remains incarcerated under a whole life sentence. His case stands as a documented example of how authority can be weaponized when oversight fails and warning signs are not fully addressed. It demonstrated how technology, such as CCTV networks, vehicle tracking systems, and digital forensics can reconstruct movements with precision, and it led to structural reviews within British policing. Sarah Everard's death became more than a single criminal case. It became a catalyst for national discussion about safety, accountability, and institutional responsibility. The events of that evening in March 2021 unfolded on ordinary streets under streetlights and traffic cameras, in a setting that appeared routine. The crime was not hidden in isolation, but occurred within plain sight, shielded by the appearance of lawful authority until careful investigation exposed what had truly happened. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who lived in a quiet suburb outside Toronto, Canada, a man who ran a small landscaping business, someone who spent his days planting flowers, trimming hedges, and moving between residential properties without drawing attention. His name was Bruce McArthur, and for decades he worked in neighborhoods filled with families, retirees, and professionals who trusted him to care for their gardens. He was known as friendly, talkative, someone who could hold long conversations while working. He had once been married and had children. He attended community events. Nothing about his appearance or daily routine suggested that he would become the focus of one of the largest homicide investigations in Toronto's history. Beginning around 2010, men began disappearing from Toronto's Gay Village, a neighborhood known for its nightlife, restaurants, and close-knit LGBTQ community. At first, each disappearance appeared isolated. Adults sometimes leave voluntarily. Some relocate without informing others. But as years passed, the pattern became more difficult to ignore. Families reported loved ones missing who had maintained regular contact before vanishing. Friends described sudden silence that did not match normal behavior. Police opened missing persons investigations, but without physical evidence, progress was slow. Bruce McArthur lived near this community. He was familiar with the area and the people in it. He used dating websites and apps to meet men. These platforms allowed strangers to connect privately, often without creating permanent public records. Meetings could occur without witnesses. Conversations could disappear as quickly as they began. In 2017, investigators reopened several cold missing persons cases, recognizing similarities that suggested a possible connection. They formed a specialized task force to examine digital evidence, communication records, and timelines. One of the missing men, Andrew Kinsman, had disappeared in June 2017. Unlike earlier cases, investigators had more recent digital data to analyze. They reviewed surveillance footage, phone activity, and internet usage. Evidence showed that Kinsman had met with Bruce McArthur shortly before disappearing. Police began surveillance on McArthur. They watched his movements. They tracked his work schedule. They observed him visiting residential properties where he performed landscaping work. One property in particular drew attention. It belonged to an elderly man who had hired McArthur regularly. McArthur had access to the backyard without restriction. In January 2018, investigators arrested Bruce McArthur. Search warrants were executed on multiple properties connected to his work. At the residence where he performed landscaping, investigators made a discovery that confirmed their worst suspicions. Buried inside large planters in the backyard, they found human remains. Forensic teams carefully excavated the soil, recovering evidence piece by piece. The remains belonged to multiple individuals. The investigation expanded rapidly. Forensic analysis, including DNA testing, identified victims who had been missing for years. Items recovered from McArthur's apartment included photographs of victims taken after death. Digital devices contained files documenting his activities. Each piece of evidence strengthened the case. During interrogation, McArthur initially denied responsibility. But confronted with forensic proof, digital records, and physical evidence, the truth became undeniable. In February 2019, Bruce McArthur pleaded guilty to 8 counts of first-degree murder. His victims included men who had disappeared between 2010 and 2017. He was sentenced to life imprisonment with no possibility of parole for 25 years, the maximum sentence allowed under Canadian law. What made this case especially disturbing was the length of time over which the crimes occurred. For nearly a decade, McArthur maintained his landscaping business, interacted with clients, and lived within the community while concealing his actions. His profession allowed him access to private properties where he could move freely without suspicion. His use of dating platforms allowed him to meet victims without creating obvious public connections. The investigation relied heavily on modern forensic science and digital analysis. DNA evidence identified victims even years after disappearance. Surveillance cameras placed individuals together. Electronic records established timelines. Without these tools, the full scope of his actions might never have been uncovered. Today, Bruce McArthur remains imprisoned in Canada. His case led to major reforms in how Toronto police handle missing persons investigations, particularly involving marginalized communities. It exposed how patterns can remain hidden when cases are viewed individually rather than collectively. For years, he moved quietly through ordinary neighborhoods, tending gardens and speaking casually with clients. Beneath that routine was a hidden reality that remained invisible until forensic evidence, patient investigation, and persistent questioning uncovered the truth buried beneath the soil he worked with every day. I'm going to tell you a story about a woman who lived in a quiet suburban home in Bartlett, Tennessee, a woman who spent her days caring for her children, maintaining her household, and presenting herself as a devoted mother and wife. Her name was Mary Winkler, and for years her life revolved around her family and the expectations placed upon her as the wife of a church minister. Her husband, Matthew Winkler, was a respected preacher at the 4th Street Church of Christ in nearby Selmer. He delivered sermons, counseled church members, and represented spiritual leadership to his congregation. From the outside, their life appeared structured and respectable. They lived in a modest home. They raised 3 young daughters. They attended church regularly. They followed routines shaped by responsibility and faith. Matthew Winkler was known in the community as calm and composed. He spoke softly, delivered sermons with confidence, and maintained the image of a man devoted to guiding others morally and spiritually. But behind closed doors, their marriage carried tensions that were invisible to those around them. Financial stress had grown over time. Matthew controlled household finances tightly. Mary had limited independence. She rarely interacted socially outside church activities. She spent most of her time inside the home, caring for their children. On the morning of March 22, 2006, church members became concerned when Matthew failed to appear for scheduled services. His absence was unusual. He had never missed sermons without notice. Calls to his phone went unanswered. Concern escalated quickly. Church members contacted police, requesting a welfare check at the Winkler home. When officers arrived, they entered the house cautiously. Inside, they discovered Matthew Winkler lying in bed, deceased from a gunshot wound to the back. There were no signs of forced entry. There was no evidence of struggle visible in the home. The environment appeared calm and undisturbed. But Mary Winkler and the 3 children were gone. Immediately, investigators shifted focus toward locating Mary and ensuring the safety of the children. Missing persons alerts were issued across multiple states. Within days, Mary was located in Orange Beach, Alabama, approximately 400 miles away. She was staying in a condominium with her daughters. The children were unharmed. Mary was taken into custody. During initial questioning, she appeared emotionally detached and soft-spoken. She did not immediately provide a detailed explanation. Investigators reconstructed the timeline carefully. They examined financial records, travel routes, and physical evidence from the home. The firearm used in the shooting was recovered. Forensic analysis confirmed that Matthew had been shot while lying in bed. As questioning continued, Mary eventually confessed to shooting her husband. But the explanation she provided introduced details no one outside the home had known. She described years of emotional control and psychological pressure. She described financial secrecy, humiliation, and isolation. She described living in constant fear of her husband's reactions. According to her statements, the shooting occurred after an argument escalated. She claimed she did not initially intend to kill him, but the act itself was deliberate. The case moved toward trial in 2007. Prosecutors presented the physical evidence clearly. Matthew Winkler had been shot in bed. Mary had left the state immediately afterward. She had not contacted authorities. These facts established deliberate action and flight. The prosecution argued that her behavior demonstrated intent and awareness. The defense presented a different narrative. They introduced testimony describing Matthew's controlling behavior. They presented evidence suggesting financial misconduct by Matthew, including improper use of church funds. They argued that Mary had lived under prolonged psychological pressure that affected her mental state. They described her as someone who had reached a breaking point after years of emotional strain. The courtroom became a place where two very different versions of the same household were presented. One version reflected a respected minister and family man. The other described a private environment shaped by control and fear. The jury listened carefully to both sides. In April 2007, Mary Winkler was convicted of voluntary manslaughter rather than first-degree murder. The verdict reflected the jury's conclusion that the killing occurred intentionally, but without premeditation at the level required for murder. She was sentenced to 3 years in prison, with most of the sentence served in confinement and the remainder on probation. The outcome surprised many observers. Some believed the sentence was too lenient. Others believed the circumstances justified the lesser conviction. The case sparked national debate about domestic relationships, psychological abuse, and the complexity of violence within families. Today, Mary Winkler lives outside public attention. Her daughters grew up away from media focus. The house in Bartlett eventually returned to ordinary residential life. But the case remains a reminder that violence does not always emerge from visible conflict. Sometimes it develops quietly within private spaces, hidden behind routines, expectations, and appearances that give no outward indication of the reality inside. Investigators, jurors, and community members were left to reconcile two realities: the public image of a stable family and the private breakdown that ended in irreversible violence. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who lived in a quiet town in Ohio, a man who worked as a nurse, someone trusted to care for the sick, someone who understood the fragile line between life and death better than most people. His name was Charles Cullen, and for years, he moved quietly through hospital corridors, wearing scrubs, checking vital signs, and performing his duties without drawing attention. Hospitals are places built on trust. Patients believe the people caring for them are there to help them recover. Nurses, especially, are often the constant presence beside patients during their most vulnerable moments. Cullen understood that trust completely. He understood how hospitals functioned, how medications were administered, and how systems were designed to prioritize care, not suspicion. Charles Cullen was born in New Jersey in 1960. His early life was marked by instability and emotional isolation. He lost his father at a young age and struggled to find stability throughout his childhood. As he grew older, he searched for structure and purpose. He joined the Navy and trained as a nurse, gaining medical knowledge that would later define his career. After leaving the Navy, he continued working in civilian hospitals, moving between medical centers across New Jersey and Pennsylvania. He worked in intensive care units, cardiac wards, and emergency departments. His supervisors often described him as quiet and reserved. He did his work without seeking attention. He did not socialize extensively. He blended into the hospital environment easily. But over time, patterns began to emerge, though not immediately recognized. Patients who had appeared stable suddenly experienced unexpected medical crises. Some suffered cardiac arrest without warning. Others deteriorated rapidly without clear explanation. In hospitals, unexpected death is not always unusual. Patients are often critically ill. Complications happen. Medical conditions change quickly. These realities allowed Cullen to remain undetected for years. He moved frequently between hospitals, sometimes leaving positions suddenly. In several cases, hospital administrators suspected irregularities but lacked definitive proof. Medical institutions often handle internal concerns quietly, fearing legal liability and public panic. Without clear forensic evidence, suspicions remained unconfirmed. Cullen continued finding employment elsewhere. Each new hospital offered him access to vulnerable patients and medical supplies. The turning point came in 2003 at Somerset Medical Center in New Jersey. Patients began experiencing unexplained cardiac arrests. Investigators reviewing medication records noticed unusual patterns. Cullen had accessed medication cabinets more frequently than his duties required. Hospitals use automated dispensing systems that log access electronically. These logs recorded who accessed medications, when, and what was removed. Analysts noticed Cullen withdrawing medications that were not prescribed to his assigned patients. One medication in particular drew attention: digoxin, a drug used to treat heart conditions. In controlled doses, it can stabilize heart rhythm. In excessive amounts, it can cause fatal cardiac arrest. Toxicology reports from deceased patients revealed elevated digoxin levels inconsistent with prescribed treatment. Investigators began monitoring Cullen's behavior carefully. They reviewed electronic records, comparing medication withdrawals with patient outcomes. The pattern became impossible to ignore. Patients who had not been prescribed digoxin had digoxin in their systems. Cullen had accessed the medication before their deaths. Law enforcement was contacted. In December 2003, Charles Cullen was arrested. During interrogation, investigators used calm, methodical questioning. They presented medication records. They presented toxicology findings. They presented electronic access logs. Faced with overwhelming evidence, Cullen began to confess. He admitted to administering lethal doses of medication to patients. He described moving between hospitals. He explained how he had avoided detection by exploiting system weaknesses. His confessions expanded beyond Somerset Medical Center, reaching back across years and multiple institutions. His motives were complex and deeply disturbing. He claimed he wanted to end the suffering of patients, though many of his victims were not terminally ill. Investigators concluded his actions were driven by a need for control rather than compassion. His medical knowledge had allowed him to manipulate life and death decisions without authorization. The investigation expanded across multiple states. Medical records were re-examined. Toxicology reports were reviewed. Cullen ultimately confessed to killing at least 40 patients, though investigators believe the true number may be significantly higher, possibly exceeding 100. Precise numbers are difficult to establish because many victims were cremated, eliminating forensic evidence. In 2006, Charles Cullen was sentenced to multiple life terms in prison. He will never be released. His case exposed serious weaknesses in hospital oversight systems. Medical institutions began implementing stricter controls on medication access, improving electronic monitoring, and strengthening reporting requirements. His crimes forced hospitals to confront the reality that trust alone cannot replace verification. What makes this case especially chilling is the environment in which it occurred. Hospitals are places where people expect protection and healing. Cullen used his position within that system to operate invisibly. He did not force entry. He did not break locks. He simply walked through hospital corridors like he belonged there, because he did. Today, Charles Cullen remains in prison, his crimes permanently recorded in medical and criminal history. His story stands as a reminder that even in environments built on care and trust, vigilance and accountability remain essential, and that forensic evidence, digital records, and patient advocacy can eventually uncover truths hidden behind years of routine and silence.